Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the ISO, we'd like to welcome you to today's extended day-ahead market implementation workshop. Today's discussion will focus on Intertie scheduling, and tomorrow we'll focus on CAISO resource adequacy imports. My name is Christina Guimera, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I will be facilitating today's meeting. Just a few friendly reminders before we get started today. Today's call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcriptions should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. This meeting is intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives, so please keep your comments professional and respectful today. We welcome and look forward to your engagement and participation in today's meeting. For raising your hand during the meeting, the raise hand icon is directly at the bottom of your WebEx screen. If you joined audio only, please press *3 on your device. And there's also an Inteller transparency viewer at the bottom right of your screen to see other attendees on the call. Be sure to refresh prior to viewing it. And closed captioning is also available by clicking the CC button on the bottom left of your screen. Please remember to state your name and affiliation first before making a comment. And you can also send comments and questions in via chat to all panelists or directly to myself. If you need technical assistance during the meeting, please send a chat to the event producer, Inteller Events. And just a reminder that CAISO introduced implementation workshops to walk stakeholders through the mechanics of significant changes in market functionality. All changes presented are consistent with the established tariff. They may, however, precede the publication of related BPMs, as the intent of these workshops is to give stakeholders as much advanced knowledge as possible. And questions are welcome during and after the workshop. For questions after the workshop, please use the city submission process. We'll touch on this a little bit more at the end of today's discussion as well. For today's agenda, we will begin with a discussion on Intertie scheduling in EDAM with George Angelides. Then we'll take a short break if time allows. After this, George will conclude his discussion on Intertie scheduling before giving a congestion revenue rights implementation update. Then we'll wrap up for the day with next steps before we meet again tomorrow morning to discuss resource adequacy imports. So with that, I will introduce George Angelides, Executive Principal for Power Systems and Market Technology.
Thank you, Christina. Welcome, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming here in person, for you that are in person, and thank you for everybody else who's joining on the phone. So we will go through several topics today. We'll talk about, Christina, how can I make this window disappear?
I just don't see it. It's just you.
No, it's over there too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. All right. Let me go back to the previous slide. So we will talk about how Intertie resources will be modeled and how they will participate in both EDAM and the Western Energy Imbalance Market. We will review some of the concepts that we talked about in the last workshop that was, I believe, in August, namely the generation aggregation points, or gaps as we call them, and the LMPs for the gap intertie combinations. We call them gap ties. We received a lot of questions of how the transfer system resources that we use to model transfers are settled and what the LMP for those, so we'll go over that as well. And then after these introductions, we will delve into the intertie scheduling scenarios that will focus for intertie scheduling in EDAM. But then in some of the slides, we'll see how that activity can also be performed in the Western Energy Imbalance Market. We'll talk about the direct intertie scheduling to EDAM from EIM and non-EIM. We touched on this topic in the previous workshop, and that is a topic that is applicable to EIM or non-EIM BAs that are adjacent to an EDAM BAA. Then we'll talk about the concept of indirect intertie scheduling, where the scheduling in real time has to go through an intermediate EIM balancing authority area that, because of transmission service provider agreements, the participants has to show and schedule the markets going well through that EIMBA to match the tags that today are going through that EIMBA. We'll also talk about the unique concept available in EDAM, which is how you can schedule import or export to an EDAM BAA when you don't know the source of where the energy is coming, the unknown source. This is a concept that we support only in EDAM. By the time WAME comes around, you have to actually specify the source of your import or export. We'll talk about some specific scheduling scenarios that are specific to customers that they have transmission rights on EDAM transfers and how they can use those rights to actually have intertie schedules with EDAM BAAs. One of them involves the use of the unknown source that then it has to be replaced in real time with available valid options. So we'll go through that. We'll briefly review the process and the implementation that we have in place today for wheeling schedules through the ISO Balancing Authority area that we're expanding to EDAM BAAs. And then we'll talk about the eligibility of intertie resources to provide capacity awards. This is new with DAME, right? Where we have imbalance reserve and reliability capacity, those two new capacity products that are coming in the day-ahead market. So we'll talk about how intertie resources and which intertie resources and with what participation they can provide these services. So let's review all the intertie resource types that we support. So we will go through these items, and you're probably familiar with most of them. System resource is a registered import or export resource at an intertie. We're focusing on EDAM here, so this is an intertie with an EDAM balancing authority area. In real time, a similar resource can be used at an EIM intertie with an EIM balancing authority area. What's important is that this resource is registered in the master file, so you have to pre-register those resources. And all the attributes associated with that resource are in the master file as part of your registration. The other side of the coin is the intertie transaction. That is an unregistered intertie resource. It can also be either an import or an export, but because it is not registered, all the attributes for that resource have to be specified in the bid that you supply for it in Cyber. We also use the intertie generating resource, TIEGEN or TG for short. The other two resources are non-resource specific, but the TG is a resource specific registered import resource. And by resource specific, we mean that actually represents the technical characteristics that are registered in the master file for this resource of the actual physical resource that backs it up. So that makes it a little different from system resources and intertie transactions. For transfers, we use what we call the transfer system resource. That's a special system resource that is used for modeling transfers. And we have this at the interties between EDAM BAAs and at the interties between EIM BAs and EDAM and EIM BAs in real time. So we'll talk a little bit more extensively about these resources. Another special system resource is the mirror system resource. That we use to mirror day-ahead intertie schedules from EIM balancing authority areas into the EIM balancing authority area to balance them out. And we'll also extend this functionality to the hour-ahead scheduling process as we talk about this in this workshop. Now, many times, all these resources are exchangeable in their use. So we'll use a generic term, IR, intertie resource, to refer to, as a shorthand, to refer to either a system resource, an intertie transaction, or a TG. So in our figures that we walk through, when you see IR, we mean any of these possibilities. Sorry, I couldn't see you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. Two things. First, thank you very much for this presentation, and I can tell you put a lot of work into it. Very much appreciate it. I have general comments, which I will completely save for later, but just I'm going to ask just clarifying questions. And I want to say, like, I'm already a little bit lost between the difference between a system resource and an intertie generating resource, because the words seem almost exactly the same. And then also a system resource has a meaning in the CAISO's tariff today. And I'm wondering if this is redefining system resource in different words or whether the definition is changing. And then I'm wondering if it would be helpful to ground us all in what these different types are for. If you could maybe, I don't know a nice way to say it, just dumb it down for some of us, please, and say, hey, this is intertie at this border. Because we think of things in kind of old-fashioned ways
Sure.
where there's a border between BAs and how this ties to that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Kari. Thanks for the question. So let's answer the first one. So both the system resource and the intertie generating resource are registered in the master file, the registered intertie resources. There's no, they're called, the system resources in implementation are non-resource specific intertie resource. The resource specific intertie resource in our implementation is the TG. Because we have to have different models for those, because the system resource, it's not resource specific, it doesn't have a ramp, it has an infinite ramp, right? But the TG reflects the technical characteristics of the physical resource that is behind it and backs it up. So it has the ramp capability of that physical resource and all the other technical characteristics. So that's the difference between the two. We're not redefining the system resource concept in the tariff. There is resource-specific and non-resource specific variants, so this is how you see them in implementation. All of these intertie resources, they're attached to an intertie. The intertie is an attribute of the resource. And for the system resource and the TG that are registered, this is a registered attribute, it's part of the resource registration. For the IT, the intertie transaction, because it's not registered, you specify that attribute in your bid for that resource, and that's the difference between IT and the other two. Was there another question that I missed? Is that covering it?
I think so. Can you go over mirror system resource one more time?
Yes. Just give me a second. It's on your WebEx, huh?
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. Yeah. So the mirror system resource is a special system resource that we use to, I'm going to say it now, but I will explain in our slides, to mirror day-ahead schedule. So when you have a day-ahead schedule in EDAM, in an EDAM intertie that comes from an EIM balancing authority area, in day-ahead, we're not dispatching resources in that EIM BAA, right? It's outside the market for the day-ahead. But when we go to real time, now we have to keep that EIM BAA balance. So if we had an import from that EIM BAA to an EDAM BAA, we have to show the export for it when we go to real time, export from that EIM BAA so that it's balanced. The way we do that is we put the export at what we call a mirror system resource, which is a mirror of the intertie resource for the EDAM BAA as you see it in the EIM BAA side. Is that covering it?
It does. And then another follow-up, if you'll allow me. If I am a commercial trader and I'm listening right now, as I encouraged all of WPTF to do, and I sell import RA and I sell from a non-resource specific resource and I'm importing into the CAISO today, what should I be? What should I care about here? And then same question same for resource specific and non-resource specific. And pretend I am in an EDAM BAA and not in an EDAM BAA. Does this change? Can you map those to those different situations?
These are generic representations of intertie resources, and we'll use those tomorrow when we talk about resource adequacy imports, because they're used for resource adequacy imports, not the intertie transaction because it's unregistered. You have to be a registered intertie resource to provide array. So we'll be talking about system resources and TGs tomorrow. System resources, non-resource specific, so it's appropriate for generic array, right? But TG is resource specific, so it's the one that can provide flexible array in addition to generic array, and we'll talk all about this tomorrow.
Right. So I understand we're going to talk about the RA piece tomorrow. I was just trying to get a sense of pinning down if I'm a non-resource specific resource, which examples do I care about? How am I going to be used for pricing purposes? So it
Right.
sounds like if I'm not resource specific, then I really care about that TG. If I am resource specific, I really care about SR. Is that
Right.
accurate?
So it really,
Or- You know, I thought he said it the other way around the first time, and that's what I had in my notes, but then he flipped it. So which one is which?
system resource is non-resource
Is non-resource
specific.
specific, TG is resource
Isn't
specific.
resource specific.
Okay. Yeah.
TG you use for flexible and generic array, system resource for generic array only. What you need to pay attention in this presentation about intertie scheduling is everything that has to do with imports from either a non-EIM BAA, an EIM BAA, or imports from an EDAM BAA through a transfer, because all of this could become relevant tomorrow when we talk about import array, depending on where the source is. You can disregard the portion of the discussion on the generic gap because you can't provide array from a generic gap. That's the only thing. Everything else is relevant. And that's why we're doing this workshop before the one tomorrow. Thank you.
George, we also have a couple hands raised online.
Yes.
Did you want to take those now?
Well, since we are already at this juncture.
First, we have a question from Don Trethaway. Go ahead, Don.
Trethaway, GDS Associates. Are intertie transactions available at all EDAM external interties or just with the KISO?
Now, intertie transactions are available on all interties that you can have intertie participation. So today you can use them at the ISO interties from a non-EIM or an EIM balancing authority area. This will be expanded to EDAM interties with EDAM, but you can also use it in the way at EIM interties from non-EIM BAAs.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Next, we have a hand raised from Dan Williams. Go ahead, Dan.
From the Energy Authority. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Dan.
Okay, good. Like Carrie, I have a number of kind of overarching thoughts here, but just want to do some clarifications while you're still in the kind of defining things space. And also just want to appreciate that there's some 400 plus participants on the call here, which is, I haven't seen on a KISO call since we were dealing with the 2020 blackouts. So it's nice to have so many people joining us today for this important meeting. But just the thing that I wanted to note is that just in trying to quickly get through the white paper and the slides this morning, it seems like there's a lot of specificity in some areas and not a lot in others, in that the specificity in the market that KISO's apparently trying to achieve by moving to modeling transactions instead of at the interties, moving that out to the resource or the gaps, seems very pointed at some times, but then in others, we have still the ability from EIM or from EDAM BAs to make sales that are backed by system resources, lowercase s and r, as entities have for years and years, where it's an aggregation of their resource portfolio. Usually it's megawatts that have been undesignated from previously designated network resources that they can make off system sales from. And that is aggregated up into something that's less resource specific. And so I just mentioned that because as we go through the presentation today, I would appreciate if there could be times where you say, in this instance, we're talking about a specific generator that is available to support an off-system sale, or this would be allowable from an aggregated system of resources. And in that case, we would model it like this. So we get a better idea of how all use cases end up being covered under this entirely new framework. And the other thing to note is that we have a concept now of participating and non-participating EIM resources and participating and non-participating transmission rights within the EIM. I know that's changing within EDAM, but a large amount of the footprint will still be in EIM. So as we go through the presentation, it also would be really good for us to understand where are there places where an entity under the voluntary EIM construct can choose their own destiny, and where do they have to be brought in as a participating resource or aggregate their transmission within an ETSR in order to achieve what is being laid out here. So those are just some technical things, but as we're defining stuff up front, I just wanted to get a couple things out that hopefully will carry through the examples.
Thank you, Don. And I will try to address those as we're going on here. If I skip something that falls in the arena of the elements you brought up, just raise a question and we'll address it when it comes. Do we have any other questions?
I'm not seeing any other questions in the room or online, so
Thank
back
you,
to you,
Christina.
George. Thanks.
All right, so we talk about intertie resources. Now, the other topic that we have talked in the past, and we will talk extensively, is the concept of the generation aggregation point. We call that a gap. So let's talk about what this is. And we covered it a little bit in the previous workshop. So the generation aggregation point is an aggregation, like a trading hub, if you will, of supply resources in a BAA, and in some occasions more than one BAA. And we use it for distributing intertie schedules for power flow calculations. We're going to get that into a little bit more detail. We already use the gap today in the Western Energy Imbalance Market. That's where we distribute intertie schedules to EIM BAAs. And we extend that in EDAM for every intertie schedule. We have 3 types of generation aggregation points that are used for different purposes. The default generation aggregation point, which we call the DGAP, it's used for default non-resource specific intertie participation, where you don't know really exactly where the source is in the BAA of origin. So you represent the resource distribution of the intertie schedule over the entire DGAP for all resources, for lack of better or more accurate distribution. So it includes all supply resources in a BAA. Now, talking about more resource specificity, which applies to the case of the TG, we have the custom generation aggregation point, or CGAP. This one includes only specific resources, either one or a portfolio of specific resources that are associated with that resource-specific intertie that is modeled as a TG. And of course, new with EDAM, we bring this feature here only for EDAM. It's not applicable in the Western Energy Imbalance Market. Is the generic generation aggregation point, or GGAP. This is used for non-resource specific intertie participation where the source or the sink of that intertie schedule is not known before EDAM, and you have to submit a schedule or a bid. You can use the GGAP to overcome this lack of knowledge. However, it's not valid in real time. You cannot tag it because it's not a valid schedule location. You have to bite back in real time and replace it with a valid real-time scheduling alternative, and we'll go through all these different options and alternatives. There is only one GGAP per intertie, either the North GGAP, which is associated with Northern EDAM BAA interties, or the South GGAP associated with the Southern EDAM BAA interties. So it's a very specific targeted use for this specific gap. Yes.
Gary Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum.
When we go back?
You can go back to the last slide. So you've defined a gap in terms of power flow calculations, but I'm wondering if you could define it in terms of price formation,
Yeah.
i.e., how do each of these yield different prices per each intertie?
This is what this slide is going to talk about, the next one. First, let's talk about the distribution, then we'll talk about the LNP. So where do we use the gaps, right? Today, in the current day-ahead market, we only have one balancing authority area, the ISO balancing authority area in the market. We don't see past the ISO interties, right? The external world is modeled for loop flows and things like that, but we don't perform any optimal scheduling with external balancing authority area. So our view stops at the intertie. So an intertie schedule at an ISO intertie, today we distribute it at that intertie location, okay? Now that EDAM expands the boundaries of the market as more balancing authority areas join EDAM, we cannot be doing the same thing because there is no actual physical resource at the intertie location. So it's not accurate to model the intertie schedule as being injected or withdrawn at the intertie. There's nothing to produce or consume the energy there. The actual production of the energy or consumption of the energy is outside at the location that serves as the source for the import or the sink for the export. So for that purpose, we're using the appropriate generation aggregation point for that BAA that is the source or the sink associated with the intertie schedule. We listed several advantages of this approach last workshop. I'll repeat them here. So because there is no actual physical resource, modeling the injections for an intertie schedule where they're most likely going to be happening, which is the supply resources for an import at an EIM BAA or at a non-EIM BAA, depending where the source is, will give you a significant improvement in our power flow calculations, which in turn will also improve the market solution because the market solution depends on the power flow calculations. We'll also have increased accuracy in congestion management because that goes hand in hand with your power flow solution that identifies the power flow and your elements that you want to enforce in the market with transmission constraints so that they don't exceed their limits. And it also has an impact on the LMPs because the LMPs have a marginal congestion component, which is affected by your marginal congestion. So everything goes hand in hand here. You improve the model, you have improvements both in the market solution and in the LMPs, become all more accurate. You also align the market solution with what actually is going to happen, with actual power flow. So you have a reduced occurrence of what we call phantom congestion, where because of modeling inaccuracies in the day-ahead market, you may show congestion that actually doesn't materialize in real life. Of course, there is also going to be a reduced need from operators, not only ISO operators, but also operators of other balancing authority areas, to conform transmission limits in the market to account for these modeling inaccuracies. And last but not least, that when we bring it in EDAM, will establish an alignment with what we do already in the Western energy imbalance market, where we're using the gaps there to distribute intertie schedules with EIM BAAs. So for all these reasons, we have a modeling change on how we distribute intertie schedules coming out with EDAM. And I want to come to the question that Kari had on how this affects the pricing of intertie schedules. So because the distribution of the intertie schedule is going to be at the generation aggregation point, we will calculate the locational marginal price at this generation aggregation point in association with a particular tie. We're going to go through the components of that LMP. You'll see that some components are an attribute of the generation aggregation point, and some components are an attribute of the intertie. So we bring those two elements together, we make a gap-tie combination, and we calculate the LMP for that gap-tie combination that will be used for the settlement of all intertie resources that are using this gap and tie. And the components are the marginal energy cost, of course. The marginal energy cost is a property of the BAA of the intertie resource. That's the BAA where the energy is imported to or exported from. It's the shadow price of the power balance constraint of that BAA. That is not affected by either the gap or the tie. So all the gap ties with the ISO balancing authority area, for example, they will have the same marginal energy cost, will be the marginal energy cost of the ISO balancing authority area. The marginal loss cost, that's a property of the gap, right? It's the active power loss sensitivity at the associated gap. So it's aggregate because the gap has multiple supply resources. So all these locations contribute in aggregate to the marginal loss component of the LMP. The marginal congestion cost has two pieces in it. One piece is a property of the gap. That's the marginal congestion contributions from binding power flow constraints in the market area to that associated gap. Market area, we mean either the EDAM area in the head or the EIM area in real time, so it changes. So that's your standard contribution to a location in the network. The second part is coming from binding scheduling limits. So it's not physical congestion, scheduling congestion. It includes the shadow price of intertie scheduling limits that constrain imports, exports, and transfers at the associated intertie, what we call ISL or ITC in other contexts. So you can see that you have components that are coming from the gap and components that are coming with a tie. So that's why we bring those two together to have a unique gap tie that defines a specific price for the settlement of the intertie resources. Of course, there is also a marginal greenhouse gas cost component that is related with the greenhouse gas cost regulation for greenhouse gas areas. So that is only relevant if the intertie location is in the greenhouse gas area, like California, or if it's outside, if it's on a gap that is outside, if the intertie is an ISO intertie, then you get the marginal greenhouse gas cost. Yes. No, that's the end of the slide. So,
Callie Wells with WPTF. Quick question, just so I can make sure I understand, because I did miss the first few minutes of this, so apologies if this was already covered. But under the marginal congestion cost, you have the congestion from binding flow constraints in the market area to the associated gap. So are you saying this is the binding constraints in an EDAM BAA, and that's the market area? And what if the source is coming from a non-EDAM BAA? Do you still have binding power flow constraints that are not in the EDAM area that are showing up in the congestion component?
So we only enforce transmission constraints within the market area. So in EDAM, it's going to be only within the EDAM area, so EDAM balancing authority areas. In the Western Energy Imbalance Market, we enforce transmission constraints in the EIM area. So it's both EDAM and EIM balancing authority areas. Outside, we don't enforce transmission constraints.
Okay, so if I have an import that's coming from a BAA it's a non-EDAM, non-EIM BAA, and I'm importing it into an EDAM BAA, will there ever be congestion costs associated with the gap?
Absolutely.
So help me understand where that congestion cost is coming from.
All right, that congestion cost is coming from a binding transmission constraint within the market area. So in your example, let's say you're bringing, I'll have to go hypothetical, right? Let's say an import from SRP at PV West into the ISO. SRP is not in EDAM. We don't enforce transmission constraints in SRP, but we do enforce transmission constraints in the ISO balancing authority area. Any constraint that is binding in the ISO balancing authority area or Pacific Corp with EDAM, right, has a marginal congestion contribution to any market injection, whatever it is. And that is determined by the shift factor that you have from that injection location, which in this case is going to be the SRP gap, right, to the transmission element that is constrained. So even if you're bringing energy from outside the market, just because you're bringing it into the market, you potentially have a marginal congestion component in your LMP.
Okay, so just so I can make sure, in that example, if your energy coming from SRP creates congestion somewhere in PAC, that is going to show up as the marginal congestion component associated with the gap.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was the missing piece.
Yes, and it depends on the shift factor, which really reflects the electrical connectivity and how electrically close your injection location is to the transmission element. For some locations that they're electrically remotely, that effect is very weak. For others, it's strong. It depends on the situation. Mark?
Thanks, George. It's Mark Smith of Calpine. So we have 3 gaps.
Yes. Types.
From this slide, what price components are going to vary the prices among those gaps?
Okay, so as I said, the marginal energy cost is the same if all the gaps are tied to the intertie with a balancing authority area. If it's a different tie, if it's the same balancing authority area, you get the same MEC, right? The component of the marginal congestion that is driven by the intertie scheduling limits, that comes with the tie. So all the gaps with the same tie will see the same component. The components that could be different and will be different to a certain extent are the marginal loss component and the physical marginal congestion component, because the shift factors of the specific gap to the transmission element that's constrained may be slightly different depending on which gap you're calculating from.
So that's the first sub-bullet under marginal congestion costs?
Yes.
Okay, so that could be different.
That could be different.
Okay.
And we'll show you some slides at the end of today to see those differences.
And possibly the marginal loss component as well.
Yes, to a lesser extent, because losses are smaller, but yes, there is a difference in the loss sensitivity of a gap in Idaho with a gap in SRP.
Thank you.
We do have one more question in the room from Steve Keen, and then we have some questions online.
Sure.
Go ahead, Steve.
Is it on?
There.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me go back a slide.
Okay, talk about this applying to source and sink. Does this, so if there's an import into the CAISO, obviously it applies. And if there's an export from the CAISO, you would also set up a price like this.
Correct. We are going to discuss general here intertie schedules, and there could be either imports or exports. They see the same price. If it's the same gap tie, they have the same gap tie LMP.
Okay, then can you, so these are for ties to the CAISO is mostly what we're talking about here.
We'll apply them to all
Yeah.
EDAM interties in general.
Okay, but then when you go to the next slide, there's a mech for the CAISO, but there's also a mech for, say, if we're importing from Pacificor, there'd be a mech for Pacificor. Which one, I mean, is it the CAISO mech that's used for both imports and exports?
Okay, for imports and exports from the ISO, the LMP will show the marginal energy cost of the ISO balancing authority area. For imports to or exports from PAC West, that LMP will show the PAC West marginal energy cost. If there is no transfer congestion between PAC West and CISO, then those MECs will be equal. But they could be different if there is scheduling congestion on transfers.
And even if the mechs are, even if the MECs are the same, the LMPs could be different because the congestion.
Because of the other components, correct.
Right.
Correct. And specifically for Pacificor and ISO, the ISO will also have a marginal greenhouse gas cost, the Pacificor doesn't. So yeah, in general, you'll have differences depending on where's the source and where you bring it in, which BAA.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
Not seeing any other hands in the room. We'll go online. First, we have Kathleen Colbert. Go ahead, Kathleen.
Great, thank you. I was double muted. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me, George?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Actually, would you mind going back to the prior slide,
Sure.
or maybe two prior?
The
I
one
raised
before,
my
maybe?
hand. Yes,
This
actually,
one
I
or the
raised
one
my
before?
hand. The one before, slide 9. I'm so sorry. A couple simple, really high level questions, because I'm just trying to understand like the basic use cases rather than the mechanics. So I raised my hand back on this slide. So at maybe like a simple question, trying to understand the difference of these and how they would be used, like how as a trader I would be identifying which of these I would be wanting to submit a bid at, you know? So I guess one question I had was if you could confirm, like for a given, and let's just hold the tie constant. So pick any tie you want to use. Same intertie point into, let's say the intertie is a border between California and Oregon. Let's do COI. Let's keep it simple-ish. Is there only one? So let me ask this in a series because I think it'll help you with your answer. I wanted to confirm that there's only one default gap, so D gap, available into that tie, and get a sense of how many
Generally
custom
not.
gaps. Okay, yeah, sorry, keep going.
Yeah, generally not, because for a participant that wants to, let's say, import energy to ISO at an ISO intertie, you have to select the intertie, which is probably the one that you intend to, or you already have acquired rights to get to, right?
Yeah, let's keep it.
And you
Yeah,
will tag through that intertie, so that's half of the job. The other
yeah,
half
hold that
is,
constant.
yeah, the other half is to decide where you're going to bring the energy from, which is the source BAA. If you know the source BAA, then you will select that BAA's default generation aggregation point. Now, this could be multiple BAAs for the specific intertie. However, we're going to go through this intertie scheduling scenario. So depending on the specific case,
Keep it simple.
shall I continue?
Keep it simple, George. So you're
Yeah,
saying,
so
I hear you saying
it may be more
that,
than one. In some cases, it may be predicated to select the one that corresponds to the IM balancing authority area, that you have specific agreements with the transmission service providers to show your schedule wheeling through in real time. So there are different scenarios, and we're going to walk through them. They have differences depending on these selections and on these elements. So we're going to outline those. So maybe you will get your answer as we walk through the scenario.
I have a few questions. So let me try to do them chunk piecemeal, and I will be efficient, okay? I promise. So that's helpful. I wanted to clarify that it's not a single D gap to the tie. You could have multiple D caps in a given BAA. So there might be, let's say, two or three D gaps available, but they'd be in a different BAA for that tie.
Yeah, different BAA, yes.
Okay, perfect. And so each of those, let's say there's 2 D gaps to a given tie, each of those would have 2 different prices based on your prior example.
It's gap tie combination has a unique price.
Right,
now,
so 2 gap tie combos, right? So 2 prices?
Yeah, the gap tie combo has a unique price. One gap tie with another gap tie, even if the tie is the same, if the gaps are different, you may have slight differences in the prices. And the same, the other way around. If the same gap is associated with different ties, you may have still different LMPs for the components of the LMP that come from the tie, because you're using a different tie. So that's what we described on the gap tie LMP, right?
Yeah, so that's why I'm trying to keep the tie constant, because I'm still just on that earlier, very simple slide 9. Okay, that's helpful for the D gap. My next question for you was on the C gaps. again, super simple. A custom gap seems like it's for resource specific. So I wanted to get clarity that that is a single resource can come and ask for that, and or is it an aggregate? Like, could it be a pool of resource specific? And if you're planning to limit the number of C gaps that the market would support to a given intertie is my second question.
If you're referring to the generic gap, we are defining two of them.
Oh, actually,
we're only
the custom.
associating-
Sorry, number two,
D
George.
Okay, so D gap is one per
going-
tie, right? One per
C gap.
per BAA. Each BAA has its own D gap.
C gap. We're doing the second
Custom?
sub-bullet.
You can have anything you
Custom?
want. So, yeah, you just
Cool.
have to tell us when you register your resource what the C gap is, and we'll model it. We'll have to define the
great.
custom gap for it.
And let's say I have
wait,
multiple
Kathleen?
resources. Yeah, please.
Oh, wait, Kathleen, can we just have, I want to make sure I followed along. So for D gap, D as in dog, one price per BAA per tie. Per C gap, C as in carry, one price per resource per BAA per tie. For G gap, for George, two total. Is that right?
Well, let's
Per
make it even simpler,
Per tie.
okay?
But no, wait, is that?
It's gap
Nicolette,
tie.
is that right? I just want to say I'm getting confirmation for everyone on the phone. That is right. So that's, I just want to,
Don't go too much. Just its
Don't go too
unique,
much.
its unique gap tie combination has its LMP. Any unique gap tie, whether the gap is a D gap, a G gap, a C gap, all right? It's unique because
This
of the
is
specific
important.
combo.
yeah, I understand.
This
It's
is
just
important, so I appreciate
on
taking
one
the time.
price for years. So I'm just trying to understand how many prices there will be and how to, because it's important, because if I have a C gap, that's my resource and I may know how it's going to impact congestion. If I'm being aggregated with other resources in the BA, that's a different way of forecasting that price. So that's why I'm trying to get a handle on it, because when we go later and look at these prices, it'll be really important to figure out, how do I hedge these prices? How are they being created? So I can't just in my head say one gap per tie. I have to know the kind of accumulation of how those are being priced together. And that was kind of my initial question for you. Can you define this in prices? Because ultimately in a market, that's what we really care
Okay.
about.
I'm not going to say yes
I
to all
really
of that.
appreciate Carrie's question,
Because-
George, because my last question for you was if you could clarify the George generic G gap,
I will.
because it seems like there's only two, but I was struggling to understand the difference between the dog default G gap and the generic gap.
Okay.
And so could you confirm that one more time, that for the generic, there's only two possible gaps?
Generic gaps are only two because there are specific unions of BAAs, right? And it's a different union for the north, a different one for the south. So that's what makes two generic gaps. When it comes to the D gap, there is one for each BAA. So you have many BAAs in the market, then you have many D gaps, one for each BAA.
What
Right.
if a BAA doesn't have any relationship to a given tie? Is that going to show up in reports and just be like a zero, or like?
It will be a network location that you will not have scheduling activity. Right? Today we have scheduling points that we don't have scheduling activity because we don't allow scheduling activity, like at Delanto. No one can schedule at Delanto. This is a slightly different case where we'll have defined a D-gap tie for that specific combination, but maybe participants are not using it for one reason or another. You will still see a price for it because we publish the price for the gap tie LMP. Make sense?
Okay, thank you so much for doing that. I know we went really slow, but I hope that was helpful for others. I really needed that. Thank you, George.
Right. I need to get back to Kari because it may have been understood here that the ISO is very open to all the possible custom gap combinations that the participant may request, and that's not the case. So for non-resource specific, like system resource registration, we will limit it to the D-gap because that's really non-resource specific. You can have a custom gap request for a TG because this is really how we model resource specific, right? So we won't be open to have any possible combination of CGAPs because it's a good price to have it that way. Okay, I want to be clear. Okay, this is ties to actual specificity. Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. Do we have any more questions on this?
Callie has a point, sorry.
So on the custom gaps, I think of custom labs, right? We have this today.
Exactly.
So you can come to the CAISO and say, this is a set of resources I want to use to create a C gap. What guidance or information do you have to help entities come to you and know what you guys would be accepted in terms of, are you willing to create a C gap for these set of resources or not?
Yeah, so in the case where the TG will be represented from an aggregation of these resources that comprise the C gap has, and any gap has fixed distribution factors. So we'll have to define this, but you can't change them from one hour to the next or from one day to the next. So if you agree to that, then we will be open to schedule to actually define that C gap for your TG registration, specific for you.
Okay, so anyone can come to you and say, I want to create a C gap of these resources, and I'm okay keeping these 5 resources together, and I'm not planning on changing them on a day-to-day basis. And you guys would create a C gap for that.
In truth, we haven't established rules about this. And I don't want to say, oh, yeah, any C gap you want will come, because for the same for custom labs, there has to be a reason, has to be the ability for us to reasonably model this in the master file, right? Because it gets updates. Every time you update this, we have to update the distribution factors. It's a full update on that particular master file data set. So if there is a justification, a reason that you need this, we'll open to it. But not just because I like the price of the SIGAP. That's what I want to draw the line there. Okay.
But George, also, these are supposed to be resource specific because they have to have resource characteristics in the market. So if the set of resources can be aggregated in a way that it can look like an aggregate resource that can be dispatched, then yes, because you don't want to create a CGAP on something you can't dispatch. You can't award it because it's representing 5 different resource types, but I don't know what the actual Pmax is. I don't know what the Pmin is, what the ramp rate is. So we have to have actual physical characteristics associated with the CGAP so that it can be dispatched and awarded.
So to draw a parallel, if you have an aggregate resource registered in the market for participation as an EIM participating resource, which meets the tariff requirements for aggregating resources, right? That can be represented as a TG with that CGAP for participation at the day-ahead, intertie day-ahead market, right? So that you keep that in parallel, right? That's what James highlights.
George, let me, sorry, this kind of, the gap tie prices, people can go to Oasis on map stage right now because we are doing market simulation. And you could see how the prices look like on Oasis. There is a report scheduling point tie or something like that. And you could see those ones that we currently running the EDAM market simulation between us and Pacific Corp.
I'm including the link in the chat here for folks to view.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yes, we have a few more hands raised online. Next up, we have Tong Wu. Go ahead, Tong.
Tong, we can't hear you. Maybe you're on mute?
Looks like we lost Tong. Tong, you'll have to raise your hand again for us to call on you. In the meantime, we can go to Dan Williams. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, hi, Dan Williams from the Energy Authority again. Another kind of technical thing here, George, just as we've been talking through the G gap, if you could go to slide 10, the next one. And I'll just start talking to it, but I'm struggling with the idea of the G gap improving the accuracy of the day ahead model, because I think there are many instances where an entity could submit a bid in the day ahead market for importing or exporting from CAISO, and the electrical location of the GGAP could be vastly different and more different than the location of the actual resource compared to how we bid at Interties today. When I think about that, it's sort of saying, you know, if it's all looking at all the generation that's in the non-EDAM BAs in sort of the northern part and the southern part of the system, generation in, you know, Idaho that's being dispatched is going to hit multiple interties on the northeastern border of CAISO, and maybe some including the Malin intertie, where a generator in Western Washington is primarily just going to impact at Malin, and yet those both would be getting the same GGAP price in the day-ahead market. The day-ahead market would be settling based on that, and then going into real time, you'd have a completely different setup. And a couple questions I have there are just, would those GGAP bids be just simple price quantity pairs like they are at the interties, so they're not including any commitment costs? And would there have to be any differentiation in what the actual resource is going to be from if it's a variable energy resource, or, you know, something that maybe has more or less of ramping flexibility? And I ask that because I totally get how all of this makes sense in the context of an RTO, but I am just really struggling to see how this is actually meaningfully improving on the current state of the non-EDAM intertie market, and sort of why it's worth the effort if there are so many cases where the actual impact is still going to be significantly different between day ahead and real time.
Yeah, Don, let me explain a little bit about the GGAP. You bring a good point. If you know the source of your import in the day-ahead market, we do not recommend to use the GGAP. The GGAP, as you say, is really the last resort for participants that they don't know at the time that they participate in the day-ahead market, where they're going to get the energy for the import that will be scheduled in the day-ahead market. And we still need to distribute that schedule somewhere, so that's where the separation between the north and the south GGAP provides some level of accuracy. But obviously, if you know the source, you should be using that particular BAA DGAP rather than the GGAP, because as we're going to go into our scenarios here later on, you'll see that if you're using the GGAP, you're also will be exposed to some financial settlement, because the GGAP is not a valid location for real time. You cannot tag your schedule from the GGAP, so you have to buy it back, and it's subject to house reversal. You have to replace it with a schedule alternative that is valid in real time, so you have a settlement deviation difference between buying that back and selling the energy for your import from somewhere else. So it is not a recommended option. However, it is a necessary option to support, because of these contracts, these WSPPC contracts that are prevalent in the day-ahead market and in the markets today, where the participants don't know the source of the energy until much after the day-ahead market has run. So to support this, we essentially made a compromise, supporting this concept of the generic gap in the day-ahead market only.
And George, I guess that's part of the comment here, is that we're 7 months out from this being a live part of CAISO's market. And yet, as far as I'm aware today, there's sort of two sources of power that trade in the forward markets: a CAISO source and a non-CAISO source, just differentiating based on you know, some of the things having to do with import and export priorities. But there's not, Western markets are not set up to be trading liquid or to be trading with any amount of liquidity on a resource specific basis in the pre-day ahead market space, where entities are going to have to be interacting with hopefully a still existing liquid bilateral market in order to fill their resource sufficiency evaluation obligations and get all of that done and scheduled by the 9 and 9:15 deadlines. And so I feel like putting GGAP as a fallback is maybe something, if you gave the industry 2 or 3 years to adapt to, could end up being a fallback. But I would expect and would love to hear from others that on May 1st, it's going to be the actual default GGAP or default gap that ends up being used, just because there is no other choice. And just one more quick technical thing is just, if you do have an ISL that binds the intertie scheduling limit and your GGAP is with reference to multiple intertie scheduling limits. So I'll give that example again of a Idaho resource, and maybe it impacts Malin 500 and I don't know, Tesla and Round Mountain or something, maybe not picking the right ones. But if we're in a situation where the Malin ISL binds, but the other two don't, does that GGAP represent the impact of the binding ISL at Malin, but somehow not the others?
I think
I may be asking that in a wrong way, but how do you incorporate the ISL when multiple interties are impacted?
Yeah, I think there is a misunderstanding. You may be assuming that the GGAP is associated with multiple ties, but that is true because each tie has a GGAP and all the north ties have the same GGAP, the north GGAP. However, an intertie schedule from the GGAP will also specify a tie. We're using the gap tie combination for the LMP. So that will be a GGAP tie combination for a specific intertie resource at an intertie using the GGAP. So you will only get the contributions to the LMP for the GGAP tie combination from the specific tie, not from other ties. If you want to use another tie, you have to use a different resource registered in the master file for that different GGAP tie combination. So it's not that you have one GGAP and possibly more than one tie. Still a single GGAP tie per resource and per LMP. Make sense?
So your GGAP maps to the intertie that maybe you have your import allocation rights at, or that you just identify, but then the GGAP price is relevant to all the other constraints in the system. But the only time that a ISL will impact your GGAP is if the ISL binds on the intertie that you associated with your GGAP?
That is correct.
That's
correct.
I'll cede the floor to some others while I think about that, but
okay,
that raises some price formation concerns. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have Tong Wu. Go ahead, Tong.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Hey, George. I have a question about the MEC. You had one of the slides there. I don't know which one. Maybe the next one.
Oh, the LMP?
No, the LMP.
LMP,
here, yes. So
yeah.
the first one is the shadow price of the power balancing constraint of the associated BAA. Do you have a power balancing constraint for each BAA, or you have
each BAA in the market? So in EDAM, we'll have one for each EDAM BAA, and in WAME, we do have one already for each EIM BAA and the ISO. So we have a power balance constraint for each BAA that participates in the market, correct? That's what's driving the marginal energy cost with the EDAM deployment.
okay.
If you're referring to the system marginal energy cost that we use today, that's going away. As you know, with the deployment of EDAM, we'll have a marginal energy cost for each BAA. And that will reflect the saddle price of its power balance constraint.
So you will no longer have a overall balancing constraint for the footprint for the entire power flow. you will
Yeah,
have
we won't be
many little
enforcing
ones.
that. Yes, because we'll have individual ones for each BAA.
Okay. So one way you could do it is you have power balancing constraint for everybody else other than the ISO, and then you have an entire total. So in this
Correct.
case, you have a independent or individual power balancing constraint for each BAA, including the ISO. The ISO will be a separate BAA, just like everybody else.
Yes.
Okay. So then, how do you allocate the losses? The losses is typically at the power flow footprint level. When you have separate balancing constraint for each BAA, you have to allocate losses to everybody.
Well, you calculate a loss penalty factor, which is a loss sensitivity at the location for an injection that's absorbed by all your demand in the market area, right? We used to do it just simple as that, which is the industry standard. You calculate a loss penalty factor that doesn't observe BAA boundaries, right?
Right.
Several years ago, we enhanced this approach and we added in the calculations the area interchange constraint that the power flow enforces to maintain the net schedule interchange for each BAA. So the sensitivity equations that we calculate the loss penalty factors today, they do reflect the BAA boundary. So you can say that although the injected energy is absorbed by all the demand in all the market area, because of these additional constraints, you get the same equivalent element if the energy was absorbed simply from the load in that BAA alone. And we've been operating like that for many years. I don't know how many now.
Okay.
5 or more?
Yeah.
3.
So
Okay.
effectively, you have a separate slack bus for every BAA instead of a single slack bus for the power flow.
The slack bus is a concept of the power flow, and we solve the power flow for all the market areas. So we really have one slack bus, and this is actually distributed later on. But you can say that in the loss penalty factor calculation, which is a sensitivity calculation after the power flow solution, you can parallel the calculation with the sentiment that, yeah, we calculate basically for each BAA as if we were having a load slack for each BAA. But in the power flow solution, there is no equivalent to that.
Okay, I see. Well, thank you, George. I have to understand how that would work, whether it's consistent, because you have one slack at the power flow level, but when you calculate sensitivity factor, it looks like you have a multiple slack, and maybe all of these would not cause any discrepancy. But But thank you so much. I understand what you're doing.
It's still one. Yeah, we still have one loss penalty factor for each location, but it does reflect the particulars of the BAA that it belongs to. Let me put it that way, Tom.
Okay.
And Tong, this solved the problem that we used to have, that smaller or maybe balancing area that are farther away from the reference. They may have, more or less bigger or smaller loss penalty factors. So this treats every balancing area kind of locally. So we are or observing the schedule, the intertie schedules, the net schedule interchange between the areas. The loss calculation.
I see. But the intertie schedule is not an injection. Do you model it as a kind of a control variable or as a output? Because
if it has bits, it's a control variable.
It's a control variable
that is distributed to the gap, right?
Okay. All right. So you model intertie as a control variable. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have to digest the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, before continuing with the hands online, we have a hand in the room from Steve Keen. Go ahead, Steve.
Steve?
I've had a chance to think about the answer before, and I have some follow-up questions on what I was asking before. When you say you use the gap when you're calculating the intertie prices,
Yes.
even for an import where it's actually not going to the gap, it's essentially going the lap probably.
Well, it comes from somewhere, right? There is a source for that energy.
Yeah.
Right? So the source of the energy, the source BAA, defines the gap that we're going to use for that specific intertie schedule.
Yeah, but I thought you said that like on the CAISO side, so the CAISO import one, that's still using, that's using the CAISO mech, and I thought it was using the congestion within the CAISO.
It's using, well, it's reflecting the congestion cost of any transmission constraint that is binding in the market area. It may be outside ISO. It may be in Pacific or in EDAM.
Okay.
Right?
I have to think about that a little. And the other thing is, so there's going to be an import into the CAISO intertie price. And there would also be an export from, say, Pac West into the CAISO.
Different intertie or same intertie?
Same intertie.
Same
Just basically
intertie.
two sides of the same transaction, right?
Okay.
Those prices could differ.
No. This is the same gap tie combination, right? The Pacific, well, it's an ill-posed question. You cannot have an import to ISO from Pacific or in EDAM. You have to go outside EDAM to get the import. Let's say BPA. How's that?
Okay.
So you have an import from BPA at Malin to the ISO, and you have an export from ISO at Malin to BPA. Two different intertie schedules, the same gap tie, same price.
Okay. I have to think about that.
Carrie?
Thank you.
Carrie Bentley, Western Power Trading Forum. Will there be a marginal resource per gap, per tie? Like right now with imports, one of the things in a lot of compliance documents is if you think you're the marginal resource, obviously you're very careful in your bidding. I'm wondering under this construct, how that kind of concept changes.
So the concept of the marginal resource makes sense if you're talking about a lossless solution where there are no binding transmission constraints. Then the marginal resource in the market area sets your marginal energy cost. Now, if you throw in losses and congestion, the concept of the marginal resource just fades away because with congestion, each resource is marginal in its location, sets the LMP at its location, unless it's at the limit, then the LMP is set from other resources. So I'm not sure exactly how to answer your question.
So then going forward, if I am importing, right, just into the CAISO, I don't have to be concerned anymore that I may be the resource setting the price. So
why would you be concerned about something like that?
Because if I set the price, DMM has their eye on me and you have to be very careful in your bidding.
It's a perfect economic activity to set the price because of your intertie participation.
Yes, but well, we'll take this offline. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but it's still very important to know if you are the marginal resource today. And I'm just wondering tomorrow, if you appear to be setting the price, you're telling me that's not how it's going to work in the future and you're not directly setting the price.
In general, with congestional losses, it's difficult to say I'm setting the price. In very simplistic situations and examples where there is no congestion in place, yes, maybe an intertie import sets the price for the ISO balancing authority area. Let's forget about Pacific for a moment today, because it's the last bid that clears the market. Yeah, that intertie resource is the marginal resource in this specific simplistic scenario, but generalizing it, it's difficult to draw conclusions. Other questions?
Next, we have a few more questions online. Next, we'll go to Hui Yuan online. Thank you.
Is it Mark?
I
have a question about
Mark Smith at Calpine.
But we
Carrie
had
just told
somebody
me
on
I
the
had to
phone.
ask this question.
1 second, Mark. We have
Sorry.
someone online asking a question, and then we'll go to you next.
Hello?
Go ahead, Hui. We can hear you.
All right. I have a question about the EDAM full network model. I'm wondering what is the plan for CAISO release the EDAM full network model? Because having access to this model will help the users better understand how the gaps the gap tie combinations are represented within the EDAM?
Yes, very good question. So all our scheduling points, even today, and of course with the EDAM deployment, are published. I think if you go to the OASIS, there is a page atlas that contains, and there's also a spreadsheet that we have that lists all our scheduling points, all our interties, so all the gap ties are going to be listed there. If somebody can find this and can put the link in the chat, that will help.
Yeah, I checked the map staging because map staging right now is in the EDAM market sim. That is a menu for the full network model mapping under the Atlas reference. However, nothing there. I could not find anything. Basically, the downloaded CSV file is empty.
Sorry, we are, yeah, correct. We are in market sim, but typically this information, we put it when we finalize the network model after we come out of the market simulation. And when we get into the parallel operation, which is going to be, start of parallel operation is going to be February of 2026. That's where we publish all of these reports, and probably you will see them at that time. But we will be sending a communication and allowing people, letting people know that they are there. But right now, what you can see on OASIS, you can see the market run, and you could see those different gaps and prices and ties and all of that. It's defined over there.
Right. Because we can see the AMP for the D gaps for
right.
different gaps price. I believe the modeling is already there in the map staging system.
Yeah, the map stage has the model.
I'm just wondering if it could be released to the customer with a help us to better understand how the model it. Help us to,
I'll take an action item to see if we can maybe post some of the information. Maybe this is typically it's not a normal process for us, but I'll see if we can post some of the information. But the risk usually, because we're still in market simulation, there is still a lot of data changes and fine tuning happening even for the network model. So this model that we have on map stage is typically the production model, plus we make changes on top of it to simulate what the EDAM production model will look like. So there may be changes there. That's why we don't post those until they are finalized. And parallel operation usually is, you have a very good idea what it will look like.
Sure.
But I'll take that as an action item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a question in the room from Mark. Go ahead, Mark.
Thanks. It's Mark Smith. George, I hope this question makes sense. Say I have a pseudo tie, right?
Pseudo tie?
A T-gen, right? A tie-gen.
Well, pseudo tie is really modeled with its actual generating characteristics, and it's tied to the BAA that is pseudo tied to.
Right.
So we see it as a generating resource. There is a tie association for other regions, but we see it as a generating resource in the
well,
BAA.
let's just say generally a tie-gen. I want a C gap for that, right? I'll have a C gap for that.
For pseudo tie?
No, just for a T.
Oh, for a TG. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll have a C gap for that.
Yeah.
I'm the only resource in that C gap.
It's that resource locations, that PNOD.
So I would be the marginal resource always for that price.
Well, it's your price, yes.
It would be
But
my price.
you will be marginal only if you're dispatched within your range. If you hit a limit, you're not marginal.
That's my point. What happens with the C gap? How do you price a C gap if you're constrained?
With all these contributions, you get the marginal energy cost of the BAA where the resource is, you get the marginal loss cost at that location, the marginal physical congestion from that location. If it's a TG, there's an intertie associated with it, so that brings in the intertie scheduling limit shadow prices to it. And if it is in a greenhouse gas area or it's tied to a greenhouse gas area, you also get the marginal. So it's all these components.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a question online from Stuart Kelly. Go ahead, Stuart.
Just real simply, I have a source, I have a sink and a single tie. And depending on the tie gap modeling, can have multiple prices at that tie gap based on what's happening with losses, what's happening with congestion. Is that correct?
No, you have a single price per gap tie combination. If
Well,
you have the same time but different gaps, these are different prices. Same gap with different ties, different prices. But for a specific gap tie combination, you get a single price.
So for a single, just repeat that. I'm expecting to have different gap modeling at a single tie. Can I have multiple prices then?
Yes, but these are different resources. Each resource has a single gap tie. So yes, each of the
Understood. Yeah,
resources will have a different price.
that's my question. Then the D gap, I understand the G gap and the need for the G gap, I understand with the WSPP Schedule C. Just in terms of the C gap, and I know that there appears to be some rules around this based on James Lynn's response that, you know, it has to be an aggregated resource or whatever. What is driving the C gap, the need for the C gap? The D gap, I understand, G gap, I understand, but C gap, just remind me of the use case for the C gap. Because similarly, like Kari, I have some market monitoring concerns, but from the other side, not the generator side, the load side. So just remind me the use case for the C gap, please.
So just by its name, custom, it's used for specific customized situations, like for representing intertie resources that are resource specific, or the energy that's coming for that intertie resource is really coming from one resource or an aggregate resource that we know where it is, and that P node or aggregate P node becomes the location for the intertie resource for the TG, and that's what we call a C gap. It's similar to the CLAP that exists for loads, but this is for generation.
And there's no market monitoring has no concerns about that at all, setting its own unique price. Is that correct?
Is your question whether we are concerned about the custom gap?
So Stuart, we have them in the market today. These are the dynamics. These are the dynamic resources that bid at the various intertie locations. They are resource specific. They get resource characteristics. They are going to be used dynamic transmission to get to the boundary. So this are the dynamics.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, James. Thank you for
that.
Thank you. Next, we have a question online from, one second. We have a question from Mohammed Al-Karawi. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Hi, George. Just a quick question. The D gap is equivalent of the trading hub in CAISO. Is this the right way of viewing it?
Sorry? Yeah,
the D gap, the default gaps, right? They're like, if you are thinking of from a CAISO standpoint, they're equivalent to the trading hubs.
It has similarities. The similarities that we calculate a price, which is basically comprised of the aggregation of the prices for the supply resources that they comprise that gap using the distribution factors that are in the definition of it. So there is a similarity. I mentioned it is like a trading hub, but in our model is really a scheduling point. So that's a more accurate characterization. That's where we distribute the intertie schedule that is assigned or is using that gap as a location.
Right. So my confusion then, for example, let's take Nevada Energy, which is really like it's two areas that are connected by one line. If you are taking the like in D gap, you're treating the entire area as just one area, and that's almost as if saying like you're creating one value that combines the MP and SP trading hub prices. It's kind of, to a certain extent, I feel that it would distort the prices of the type.
Yeah, maybe it was my mistake to mention it's a trading hub because it's not used as a pricing location for trading. It's used as a pricing location for specific intertie settlement for those intertie resources that are associated to it. It's like any location that you have for any resource that participates in the market. For example, a generating resource has a P node. That's the location where we calculate the price for it. The intertie resource has a gap. That's where we calculate the price for it. In that sense, can you think of it in that sense?
Yes, but if you think of it in that sense, so I guess like basically the congestion component is impacted by the shift, right? And it's basically the aggregation of the shifts in one region. So if that region is truly like two regions or like MBPA, I'm not sure how many regions you can consider it. It seems like it would distort that, or am I like completely off?
It's simply a mechanism to reflect marginal loss and marginal congestion, physical congestion to the price that we're going to use to settle that specific intertie at it. So it's not different than the P node analogy that I referred to, the generating resource. It's just an aggregation of P nodes, and we already use that for aggregate resources and other purposes in our market. So it's nothing new. And we already use those gaps.
No, I understand
Maybe I don't
that.
understand your
I
question.
guess what I'm okay, so let's say if we take if you split the D gap for MV Energy to two D gaps, one for the north and one for the south, and do you expect them to have a different price, a different MCC?
The North GCAP and the South GCAP, of course, because they're different locations.
George, hold on. He's not talking G gap. He's looking at taking a balancing authority area, and instead of having a single D gap represent that entire balancing authority area, can you split that into different D gap combinations? For Nevada's case, is it have a D gap Nevada North, D gap Nevada South? And
No, it aligns with the BAA as the source because our model is BAA centric, right? So the source for an intertie is coming from a specific BAA. If it's coming from a specific location that represents a specific resource like the C gap, then we can define a custom gap for that specific purpose, as mentioned a lot before, but it's not in our model the flexibility to cut BAAs in pieces and have different gaps for them.
Yeah, which seems to really distort the price of the D gap at like basically the south ties that are associated with Nevada Energy should really get a different price than the ones that are like at Summit in the north.
But the problem is in the day ahead market, we don't know where the energy is coming from within Nevada. So we're representing that it can come from any of the generation with Nevada, regardless if it's north or south. So we're giving you a representation of the generation within your BAA to be able to flow into or even sync to Nevada, flow out of Nevada to ISO, or out of ISO and sync it to Nevada. We have to have a generic BAA aggregation price.
Again,
I will hold my question until the CRR discussion because I think it's more will be you guys will be able to see where I'm coming from later, but
yeah, we can probably.
It does seem relatively problematic to me.
Mohammed is Khalid. We can probably connect offline, but remember that we don't enforce any constraints outside the EDAM. So even let's say Nevada, even if it has multiple D gaps, that doesn't mean that we are seeing any difference between them. The important thing is whatever that price of that D gap to the tie, that is what we calculate. So now when you go to real time, that the gap, now you have to space because you are a WEM, you have to bring it from a resource specific. We can follow up maybe more offline if you like. I think that's, just for the sake of time, so far we are only doing the definition, and those are.
This was supposed to be an overview, so I'm gonna.
And all of these definition, the concept itself, we already have it, we've been using it in our markets. The only new thing, definition, or the concept that we have done is to tie, the prices or that we are going to be publishing is the intertie, the tie gap price, rather than just the scheduling point price, right? Now, where the gap is coming, where the source is coming to the, and which tie that it is using, that will determine the price. It's a combination. That's the only new thing. Everything else is the same.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just I did read the entire kind of presentation and maybe jumped slightly forward ahead. My main issue is that it does seem that there's a plan to basically retire the prices that are associated with each tie and then associated with adjacent BAA D gap. And that to me seems like the price for ties between Nevada Energy and CAISO that are in the north and the south will get the same price, but I could be not getting this completely.
Well, yeah, thank you, Mohammed. I think, I feel like all of these questions are actually very helpful to understand later on the scenarios that we have. So
but we have hopefully to get the scenarios.
we need some time. Yeah, one more question.
I think we're going to continue the presentation, and we'll take some time later on for questions. So back to you, George.
For questions. So we're still in the review of concepts that you should already know, like the transfer modeling. For transfers, we use what we call transfer system resources. We use a pair of them for each transfer, okay? One is an export from one BAA, the other is an import of the energy into the other BAA, like it's shown here from J to K or from K to J. So transfer system resources are different from intertie resources in the respect that they don't have a gap. Transfer system resources, they have a transfer location, and the attributes of the transfer location is from BAA to BAA, intertie, and direction. So each direction has its own transfer location, one mirrors the other. And we don't need a gap for a TSR because we don't distribute the schedule. The transfer schedule is not distributed in the network model for power flow calculations. Why? Because we see the effect of the transfer at the supply and demand physical resources in the BAAs in the market area. So the transfer schedule is just a manifestation of those individual resource schedules. If there is overgeneration or excess load in a BAA, the difference, surplus, or shortfall flows on the interties, scheduled on the interties, and that's what creates the transfer. So we already account for the effect of the physical resources in the network, both for losses and for congestion. So we don't have to duplicate this when we talk about transfers. Another way to see it, because both the export and the import transfers on the pair are essentially at the same intertie, they cancel each other out. So the network analysis software, the power flow, doesn't even see the transfers, doesn't consider them. They don't exist for the power flow solution. That's very important to remember as we go next in our discussion. Quick review of how many transfers and the different types of transfers we support in EDAM. We have 4 different types. You should know this from training that we have performed. Type 1, Type 2 are associated with specific transmission rates for transmission customers. The scheduling coordinator is a TCSC, that's a transmission customer scheduling coordinator. That in Type 1, they exercise the transfer right by self-scheduling on it. Okay, that's the only TSR type that can be self-scheduled. and you can actually carry it in real time. You can change the soft schedule in real time. That's the only transfer. Type 2, the customer releases its transfer rights for optimal use in EDAM. Type 3 and 4 are the entity releasing capacity. There are no specific transmission right associated with it. They're all together lumped. So EESC is the EDAM entity scheduling coordinator. 1 and 3 are RSC eligible transfers, so they're used by the resource efficiency evaluation the day ahead. 2 and 4 are not used. They're ignored in the resource efficiency evaluation. Specifically for type 3, you can also have ancillary service self-provision on it, which is used in the resource efficiency evaluation to transfer requirements for ancillary services from one BA to the other. So this is all common knowledge. So if we're referring to TSR type 1 in the discussion that we have today, you know what that is. All right, we had a lot of questions on what price do you use to settle TSRs? So we do not settle TSRs. There is no explicit settlement for the TSRs, for the transfers. Why? Because, as we said, the transfer is a manifestation of energy that is generated somewhere or consumed somewhere in the grid. And at the point where it's generated and consumed, that's where we do the settlement with the physical resources. We won't be doing settlement again for the same energy at the transfer. We will be duplicating that. So that's why there's no explicit settlement for the TSRs. However, we do calculate an LMP for them. The reason is they may not have an explicit settlement, but they have a financial value, which is the product of the LMP with the energy that is transferred. Where do we use this financial value if we don't settle explicitly the TSRs? The financial value is used in calculating neutrality for each BAA. To calculate neutrality for a BAA, you have to balance the megawatts. And then the neutrality is really simply the difference of what you collect from the demand and what you pay the supply. Any difference between those two, that's your neutrality for the BAA. To be able to do this calculation, you have to balance the megawatts. So the transfer balances the megawatts. An import transfer has a positive financial value, like a generator, or a negative, depending on your convention. And an export transfer has also a financial value based on its LMP. Specifically for the LMP, as I said, there's no gap for the transfer. We use the transfer location. And we calculate an LMP for its transfer location. That LMP has only two components. The marginal energy cost, which is the marginal energy cost of the BA that TSR is attached to, so on that side of the transfer. So if you have a transfer from A to B, the TSR that is on the A side has the MEC of BAAA. The TSR that's on the B side has the MEC of BAAB. As you know, any difference between those two MECs constitutes transfer revenue. The other component is the marginal congestion cost, but not all of it. It only contains the component that comes in with the tie, not the physical congestion component. It only has the saddle price of the intertie scheduling limits that are binding on that intertie. No loss component. The loss component, no physical congestion component. Why? Because we capture that effect at the supply, the physical supply, and the physical demand. So you don't want to duplicate it. That's very important to remember on the next slide that we're going to go. So the TSR is different from the regular intertie resource. It has different prices, doesn't reflect all the components for the reasons that we mentioned here. That makes it different as a system resource. So you can have these concepts in parallel. So today, between an EDAM BAA, which is the ISO balancing authority only today, but tomorrow it's going to be also Pacifico and anybody else that joins. Between an EDAM BAA and an EIM BAA, today, you can have a transfer that's on with a pair of TSRs or a construct for an intertie schedule. You can have an intertie schedule in EDAM BAA coming from a source of EIM BAA. Now, in this example, consider that there is a single generating resource in the IMBAA, so the energy is coming from that resource. The TSR pair, one is mirroring the other by definition. That's how they're defined, the coming pairs. And the mirroring is important because they keep its BAA in balance. Whatever is exported from one BAA is imported in the other. The intertie schedule does not have an automatic mirroring concept. We have to introduce it. We have to have a model for it. That's where we use the mirror system resource that we mentioned earlier. Okay. For participation in the day ahead, any day ahead schedule, when we go to real time, we have to mirror it in the IMBA that it's coming from. If you have a construct like an intertie schedule in real time, then you have to mirror it in that market as well. And if it is something that participates with a bid and is optimized by the market, then it's very important to have what we call an auto mirror, that basically the market does the mirroring automatically. So whenever the schedule changes, you reflect that change on the other side, on the mirror system resource, to keep the IMBA balanced. So those two constructs, the transfer and the combination of an intertie schedule and its mirror, essentially try to do the same thing. They try to optimally schedule energy from one BA to the other, but they accomplish that thing somewhat differently. Why? Because of all the difference that we mentioned earlier of the TSR and the intertie schedule. TSRs do not have an impact on marginal loss or marginal congestion, but the intertie resource does. Okay? That's why it's very important to have the mirror, because both the intertie resource and the mirror for it, they have the same gap, in this case, the IMBA gap. So they cancel out if you have perfect mirroring. That's why the auto mirror is very important, because it does perfect mirroring to eliminate the double counting of the loss impact and the congestion impact. You can eliminate that, but what happens with the energy cost? If the import resource, let's say it's an import to EDAM BAA from the IMBA, if it has a bid that is optimized in the market, what does this bid do? Assigns a cost to the same energy that he's already produced at the generating resource that has a price on it. Let me finish.
So a super quick clarifying question. Are we talking about day ahead or real time?
This happens in real time, describing real time, because in the day ahead, you don't have the IMBA in the
That's what I thought, but then I saw IR and I was thinking, and balance, I was thinking of the day ahead product and I got confused. You're talking about
stay with me.
real time. Okay.
We're saying in real time today, you have these competing constraints. Intertie resource, not the imbalance reserve up or down. We're not going to talk about this until the end. All right. So I was talking about the bid that you may have on the intertie resource. That prices the energy import into EDAM BAA, but it already has a cost at the point of its generation, at that generating resource in the IMBAA. So what happens is that your intertie bid acts as an adder to the cost for the energy as seen at the point where it's generated. So this is like a hurdle rate. It's like a transfer with a hurdle rate. If the bid is above zero, it puts the construct of intertie resource, mirror system resource, economically lower in priority from the transfer. Okay? Now, those two constraints, if they coexist, you have to separate the transfer capability that you allocate between the two. So you have to carve out transfer capacity from your transfer to make it available for an intertie schedule. There are some financial elements that are important. We said that the TSR doesn't have marginal loss and congestion. The imbalance, the intertie schedule does, and that's why you need a perfect mirroring to cancel that. Okay? When it comes to settlements, TSRs are not settled, as we said, on either side of the transfer. But if you look at the intertie mirror system resource combination, the intertie resource has a full settlement. On its other side, the mirror system resource has a base schedule, so it's not settled. So you have a situation where you have sort of like a transfer, but you settle one part but not the other. So that creates a little bit of neutrality issues in the calculation for neutrality for PAs that this construct exists. So anyway, we have these competing constructs in real time that fight each other and conflict with each other because they try to get the same energy that is generated by the generating resource and transfer it across. We want to maintain these constructs, but we want to resolve the conflict between these two. Now, most of your intertie schedules are hourly, which means that they're scheduled in the hour-ahead scheduling process, and then they're not optimized in FMM and RTD. So we leverage on this concept to effectively come up with an implementation solution for the hour-ahead scheduling process where we support both these constructs, but at different times in real-time market. In the hour-ahead scheduling process, we will support the intertie schedule and its mirror combination, and we will ignore the economic transfers. After HASP schedules the intertie schedule, that is now not optimized after that in FMM and RTD. So in FMM and RTD, we now have the transfers in place to achieve optimal transfers between the BAAs. Of course, the intertie, the transfer scheduling limit has to reflect that you already have consumed some transfer capacity with the intertie schedule that cleared HASP. Now, this affects only transfers between EIM BAA and EDAM BAA. In only HASP, transfers between EDAM BAAs and transfers between EIM BAAs, we do a full optimization. And also, when I say in HASP, I mean the specific intervals that we're actually performing the HASP. HASP spans the 4 15-minute intervals of the next hour when we run the real-time pre-dispatch. You also know it as real-time unit commitment, that 15-minute optimization in real time. When this runs at the top of the hour, we call that RTPD7 because it has 7 intervals, 3 in the current hour, 4 in the next hour. Well, those 4 intervals in the next hour is your hour-ahead scheduling process. So for those 4 intervals and only those 4 intervals, and only between EIM BAA and EDAM BAA, we ignore the transfers, we optimize intertie schedules. After HASP, those intertie schedules are not optimized anymore, so when we go to FMM and RTD afterwards, now we reinstate the transfers for full optimization. I will stop here for questions because this is new.
First, we'll take some questions in the room. First, I see Callie. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm still wrapping my mind around everything you just said. But one question that just occurred to me on your previous slide when you said economic import bids act as a hurdle rate. In EDAM, the CAISO is the only one that can have economic bids at the intertie. So is it only a hurdle rate to get energy into the CAISO EDAM, into the CAISO BAA, and not any of the other EDAM BAAs because those have to be self-scheduled?
You're forgetting DGs. but generally it's true. You can have economic participation on interties with the ISO, right? So for the ISO, this is true. Your intertie bid adds a hurdle rate on the transfer, so it affects the economic priority of that construct with respect to the transfer.
With respect to the transfer, I'm just talking about what you have in the purple box at the top, the IR, not the transfer.
The transfer is below, the intertie schedule is above. I have it as purple or lilac, whatever. I'm using that color for HASP, red for real time, for FMM and RTD.
Okay, but the hurdle rate, that is only
I'll give you an example.
Okay, please, thank you.
Let's say the marginal energy cost, which is, let's say, the bid of that generating resource in EIM BAA is $20. And let's say that the Intertie resource, it's an import resource, and it's at $10. They both serve demand in EDAM BAA. The cost to get it through the transfer is $20. The cost of the energy generated of the generating resource. That's the bid of the generating resource. So to serve 1 megawatt of load in EDAM BAA, you'll dispatch or schedule 1 megawatt of generation at the generating resource that goes through the transfer, that costs you $20. If you get it from the import, it costs you $20 to generate it, and then $10 on top of it because the import asks for $10 for the price. Thank you. So if you get it from the import, it will cost you $30, which means what? That the $20 transfer is going to clear first because it's cheaper. Once it hits its scheduling limit, then you will start seeing the import taking schedule at $30.
Yeah, I guess my question is higher level. This conflict, though, or this hurdle rate only exists for imports into the CAISO BA.
Or exports.
Or exports, because all the other EDAM BAAs, you can't have economic bids. You can't have an economic IR.
You got it.
Okay, just that was my, thank you.
And that's what our focus is. Our focus is on this particular structure between an EIM BAA and an EDAM BAA. Okay, we can think of the CAISO. Now we have a generic presentation here because you have more than EDAM BAAs after we roll out EDAM. So that could be relevant for imports from BPA to PacWest, or later on from BPA to Portland General. So it's a more general concept, generalized with EDAM, right? Now it's applicable for the ISO Balancing Authority area. And yes, both Pacificorp and Portland General do not support economic bidding unless you're a designated network resource that you're modeled as a TG with an obligation to serve demand, the other BA, then you can have bids. Okay, so TGs are an exception to the rule. Now, what it comes down to is we want to support these constructs, but we want to separate the concurrent use. The concurrent use of this construct is what is problematic. So, of course, the easy way would be here to, oh, well, let's not support intertie schedules at all between an EIM BAA and an EDAM BAA and just have optimal transfers. But the intertie schedule has a value, and we recognize that today, because it's a mechanism for the EIM BAA to keep itself balanced in the resource efficiency evaluation in real time. And it's actually a mechanism to have a bilateral contract with an EDAM BAA. When that EDAM BAA is an EIM BAA today before we roll out EDAM, you can have a base transfer. Base transfer between EIM BAAs today serve that purpose. You have your bilateral contracts and EIM BAAs use them to balance themselves because you have a base schedule on the base transfer. Once an EIM BAA joins EDAM and becomes an EDAM BAA, you don't have base schedules anymore for that BAA, so you can't have a base transfer between an EIM BAA and an EDAM BAA. What construct you're going to use instead? This, the intertie schedule in HASP. But while you're doing that in HASP, we will ignore the transfer, the economic transfer at the same time to avoid a conflict. And then after HASP, we bring in the transfer and we continue the market optimization. So that's the implementation that we're bringing in with EDAM for HASP specifically. Questions?
We have a few questions online. First, I'll go to some written questions in the chat. First question is from Christopher Evidente, asking a question about ETSR transfers. The question says, as of right now in EIM, if we are importing or bringing power to our BA, I have noticed that, let's say BA2 has an LMP price of $5, but the mainland intertie is $35. I've observed that we have transferred from the intertie at a LMP at $35 versus BA2 at $5.
Yeah, so this is the example that I was talking about earlier. The $5 transfer, that's the economic value of it, is going to clear before the higher value price for the intertie schedule. So the transfer is going to clear first. And then if you still have room, if you have designated capacity and it's still economic, the higher price, because it may not be economic. And that's one other problem, that if it's not economic to clear, what happens now with the transmission capacity that you allocated to the intertie schedule? Unless you do something about it, you're going to lose it. So the entities will have to recover that capacity that was cut out from the transfer to support intertie schedules and bring it back in the market after HASP for the transfer to use to have an efficient market solution.
Thank you. Next question in the chat. We have a question from Jennifer Gerard asking, I thought TSRs are only between two EDAM BAAs, not between EIM and EDAM. Is this a system resource concept?
No, it's a transfer, but we use maybe a different terminology for the same thing. We call the transfer system resources specifically used for EDAM transfers. In the Western Energy Imbalance Market, we're using the term ETSR, where E stands for energy, because we only support energy transfers in WAME, but the TSRs in EDAM, they also have capacity transfer. So that's the only difference.
Thank you. Before continuing the questions online, I see a question in the room from Jasmine. Go ahead.
Hi, George. I'm Jasmine Guan from NextEra Energy Resources. I just have a clarifying question. So for intertie resources, there's the associated gap. So for TSRs, is there an associated gap or no?
So for TSRs, we don't have gaps, like we have transfer locations.
Okay.
Because we don't distribute the energy. So there is no gap for it. As I said, when we solve the power flow, completely ignores the transfers. It only sees the physical energy generated and consumed at physical resources, because the transfer is just a manifestation of that. In the market, we do use the transfers because we have scheduling limits. We want to optimally schedule energy exchange between balancing authority areas, and we have to respect the scheduling limits. So that's where we model them in the market, but not in the power flow solution.
Thank you.
Thank you. George, we have a few more hands raised online. Did you want to take those questions or take our 10-minute break first?
I think we're going to lose the momentum if we take a break for this question. So let's answer these questions and then take the break.
Okay. Next question is from Jeff Spires. Go ahead, Jeff.
Thanks, George. This is Jeff Spires with PowerX. Thanks for sharing all of this information. I raised my hand a while back, and so my question is related to the previous section and discussion. But at a high level, basically, I was trying to understand a little bit more about the settlement implications of intertie bids and the change to use the various gaps that you were describing. And I'm just trying to understand a little bit more about that, because it seems as though some of these concepts could have a relationship with the broader EDAM congestion revenue allocation and that policy. And you'd used an example towards the beginning of the call that I thought was helpful, where you were describing a resource, say, located in SRP that was delivering energy to the CAISO at Palo Verde. And in today's world, that resource would procure transmission to be able to deliver from their resource location to Palo and sell that energy to the CAISO and receive the Palo Verde intertie price. And under the new design, I think what I heard you say is that you would price that delivery based on the source, and potentially that would mean that that import would receive or would be charged congestion associated with parallel flows across somewhere else in the EDAM area, whether it's Pacific Core or some other system, depending on if there's congestion in those other areas and shift factors, et cetera. So first of all, I just want to make sure I have that understanding right. And if so, the follow-up question is, where does that congestion payment, when that occurs, where does that go? Does that go back to Pacific Core or some other entity, depending on where the congestion is located? Can you just describe a bit about how the settlement works in that scenario?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Both very good questions. So the participant will not have to change the process of acquiring transmission rights to get to the ISO intertie. It doesn't matter where we model the injection or where we distribute the schedule. They still have to acquire transmission capacity and rights to get to the PV West intertie in this particular example. And they still have to tag through the same intertie. So that doesn't change. There is a change in the LMP because you're moving the location where the schedule is distributed, and it doesn't change all the LMP components. As we mentioned, the marginal energy cost is the same, and the intertie scheduling limit contributions are the same, and I think these are the major parts. There may be small differences in the marginal loss and the marginal physical congestion component because of the difference of the shift factors between the Palo Verde location and the SRP DGAP. That's just because of the physical location where we distribute the schedule. When it comes to the congestion revenue allocation and how congestion is allocated, there's no difference with what we have said before. If this is not under a transmission right that has financial rights, let's say it's the simplest case, then the congestion revenue is still distributed to the BAAs where the binding constraints manifest, right? So it doesn't matter if the schedule distributes at the Palo Verde bus or at the SRP DGAP, you still have the same distribution of congestion revenue to the same BAAs in either case. Numerically, the dollar value may be slightly different because there's a difference in the LMPs, namely the marginal congestion component of the LMP may be slightly different between Palo Verde bus and the SRP DGAP, but there's no change in the distribution of that revenue. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's helpful. I appreciate that. And I think what you were describing is kind of what I'm trying to think through, which is at a high level, what is the design and this approach do for the ability for the transmission holder to manage their congestion exposure if it basically, if I understand what you're saying, they're settling based on their physical location. In this example, that's SRP. Whether or not they have out rights to Palo or any other location, they have an exposure potentially to congestion without an obvious hedging mechanism. So I'm just trying to think through the implications of that. And it seems like, as I mentioned before, that discussion of the settlement implications might be part of the broader congestion revenue dialogue, because it seems like there's a relationship to that broader initiative here.
Yeah, so we have some slides to run at the end with a congestion revenue right implementation update. So some of your questions may be answered there. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, George, I want to jump in on this as well. Hey, Jeff, it's James Lynn. I think you're trying to tease out a little bit how the congestion revenue allocation initiative plays into this overall bidding. Now, if it is coming from a WEIM BAA and it is going to an EDAM balancing authority area and it is scheduled to sync to load within that balancing authority area, and they've exercised rights within that EDAM balancing authority area, the congestion difference between the injection point of the intertie resource and the load, that is what is going to be eligible for the congestion revenue allocation initiative. It isn't necessarily congestion within the WEIM BAA to get to Palo Verde because that's in WEIM. The congestion revenue allocation initiative focuses on day ahead congestion of OAT customers exercising their rights across an EDAM balancing authority area.
Thanks for that, James. It does, but I think the situation would apply in a day ahead context too, because we're talking about an import bid being settled based on a gap, and I know there's multiple variations of that, but basically, in the example that I was using, a resource located in SRP being settled in such a way where they have potential congestion exposure to constraints in other parts of the EDAM footprint. And that exposure is something that they would face whether or not they have OAT rights, or it wouldn't matter what OAT rights they hold or to where, which is a change from how it works today and has an effect on the dollars changing hands in a similar way, where you have congestion being collected from that importer and then being redistributed under the allocation design. So that's why I was thinking that
and it's a great question, Jeff. Because one of the things I have had questions on is how does CRA apply in here? And the congestion revenue allocation says that if it's a import or export intertie resource schedule at the boundary of an EDAM BAA, whether it's flowing across through the transfers to another EDAM BAA, out as an export outside of that same EDAM BAA, or sinking to load, the congestion exposure within that EDAM balancing authority area is what is going to be subject to the congestion revenue allocation consideration. And then that's going to be whether or not it's an OAT and whether or not it has the ability to get a financial hedge. So we have this concept that we're going through right now actually plays well with the congestion revenue allocation concept. Now, when it comes to the ISO balancing authority area, there is a section that we will get into later on how CRRs applies and gives the ability to do a congestion hedge from a DGAP tie as well.
Okay, I'll wait to hear that part as well. Thanks, James.
Thank you. And before continuing with questions, we're going to be taking a short 10-minute break. So we'll return at approximately 3:19. Thank you. Hi, everyone. We're going to get started again. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We're getting started here again. Turning it back over to George.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. So let's move on. We're still on the review section, so we'll start going into some more meaty presentation parts now. All right, so now that we talk about the intertie resources and the difference between Arrowhead scheduling process and FMM RTD, we're going to present this table that we had a version of it in the previous workshop that shows how intertie resources and which intertie resources can participate in which market, depending on the circumstances. We added the HASP pros here to differentiate from FMM RTD. So you will remember the situation hasn't changed for EDAM. EDAM to EDAM requires a transfer. EDAM to EIM-BAA to non-EIM-BAA, we use intertie resource from that EIM-BAA or the non-EIM-BAA gap. And if the source is or the sink is unknown, then you can use the G gap for that tie. This is only limited to system resources and intertie transactions because TGs are resource specific and G gap is non-resource specific. So we mentioned that if the participation is from a non-EIM-BAA gap, doesn't change across day-ahead or real-time, HASP, FMM, RTD, it's all the same. You can always participate with an intertie resource at an EDAM intertie from a non-EIM-BAA, both in day-ahead and real-time. From an EIM-BAA, now we introduce some differences between HASP and RTD. EDAM to EDAM is always a transfer. EDAM to EIM, it's an intertie resource schedule in HASP. That one is not optimized in FMM and RTD. We move into the transfer, the ETSRs in FMM and RTD. That's what this table is showing in those cells here. So we're going for the intertie resource schedule in HASP. We're using the ETSR in real time. Okay. Now, let's get to the topic of this presentation. We're going to walk through different intertie scheduling scenarios. Some of them, we have seen them in the previous workshop. We'll expand on this with some new elements that are particularly interesting. Some are simple, like this one, intertie scheduling between EDAM BAAs. Of course, it's achieved through transfers. In day ahead, we have TSR pairs, generating resources or supply or demand resources in, that's better probably, in an EDAM BAA, they participate at the resource location. They can bid in the market. There is no differentiation between participating and non-participating resources. Once a BAA is joining EDAM, all resources are participating. So they all resources that participate and they all get a settlement. There's no base schedule anymore. So how can a customer use its generator in EDAM BAA B to serve perhaps load in EDAM BAA A, bids at its location, tags through the day-ahead transfer, those TSR pairs shown here. If the participant has transfer rights with with an associated contract reference number, which is registered in the master file, then they can use a TSR type 1 that we mentioned earlier, and they can self-schedule those TSRs, so they can self-schedule the entire schedule from the generating resource through the TSRs to the load. The load can also self-schedule, in the EDAM BAA, that's your mechanism for a bilateral contract across EDAM BAAs. If you want to participate in addition in real time, you have to use ETSRs. You have to use the transfers that are available in WAME. These are the ETSRs. So in both cases, you bridge the schedule with a transfer. We're using some colors here to differentiate the different alternatives. We use green for day ahead. We're going to use purple for HASP, specifically for HASP schedules. Red is general, real time, more specifically for FMM and RTD. And the blue is showing resource and participation that is the same in EDAM and WAME. So in this case, in EDAM resource can participate in the same way, both EDAM and in WAME. I believe we have a detailed settlement example for this case in the appendix of the paper that we have released, which describes all of this in greater detail. So we have different versions of the settlement. One version is using type 1 TSRs, exercising transmission rights across the transfer. The other version is using economic transfers. So the difference between type 1 and type 2, 3, 4. So what if you want to schedule from an EIM BAA to an EDAM BAA? We make this presentation in a general way. So that's why we're using EDAM BAA-A, EIM BAA-C. Now, if you want to attach these scenarios to something that would represent EDAM at the time that we roll it out, you can think of EDAM BAA as the ISO balancing authority area, EDAM BAB as PAC West. Here, EDAM BAA-C is like BPA. So for an intertie schedule into an EDAM BAA from an adjacent EIM BAA, like BPA to ISO, it's very simple, the participation. You just submit an intertie bid, if it's the ISO, or intertie schedule in general to the EDAM BAA. You're using the EIM BAA-C DGAP, what we explained earlier, or in more general, a gap. Can be a C gap if it's a TG, okay? That's your day ahead schedule, gets a day ahead settlement. What do you do in real time? In real time, we said, we're gonna mirror that into the EIM BAC so that we can keep the EIM BAC balanced, and the schedule is bridged with your generator schedule in EIM BAC. So we're using solid lines for direct participation for a bid into the market, dust lines for the mirroring, and dust dot lines for the bridging that you have to bridge your schedule. So in this case, once the day ahead schedule clears the day ahead market, in real time, it's mirrored to the mirror system resource. The mirror system resource has a base schedule equal to what the day ahead intertie schedule cleared. And then you also submit a base schedule for your generating resource that the energy is supplied for. If you work with base schedules, you don't have an exposure to any imbalance settlement. You just left out with the day ahead settlement what you wanted to do in the first place.
George, maybe clarification that this is what is done today so far. All of these steps are being.
Yeah, we're simply expanding it in the case that you have more EDAM BAAs than the ISO. Now, there is another way to participate in real time, and you can use the HASP schedule. So the same intertie resource that it can be used in the day ahead market in the scenario can also be used in HASP. So you can have an intertie bid in HASP that clears HASP, right? That is auto mirrored in HASP. That's why we saw purple here. So that's an additional element of participation between EIM and EDAM. And of course, you can also participate in FMM and RTD. That's your normal way by using ETSRs, economic transfers. So remember, we separated those constructs. We're using intertie schedules in HASP, transfers in FMM and RTD. That's what you see the separation here. All right. So that was the direct schedule. Direct schedule is what you have when the EIM balancing authority area is adjacent. Quick one.
Hello, it's actually for Khaled. You said it's exactly like what we are doing today. And I just wanted to confirm from a scheduling perspective, it's exactly what we're doing today. But from a pricing perspective, now in that situation, you could have been a CLAP or a DLAP if it was unspecified from that BA. So from a pricing perspective, it's different. Is that right?
Right, that's
Okay.
right. So because George is going into the scheduling practice and there is no change in the tagging, no change in the way that EIMs right now, adjacent EIMs are doing schedule and defining even this projecting back onto the resource-based schedule, that's an existing. But the pricing, of course, now gap tie rather than tie. But now it fits adjacent, probably that's not like big difference because, you know, we are currently, we are, instead of just putting that injection at our tie directly, we are just trying to distribute to that adjacent balancing area.
So that should have, I should expect kind of equal liquidity to today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. So to progress with some slides here, we'll hold the questions for some later point, and your questions may be answered in this context as well. So we're going to go to a slightly different concept here where the participation is from an EIM BAA that is not adjacent, okay? The schedules have to wheel through an intermediate EIM BAA C in this case. So going from D to A, you have to go through C because there are specific transmission service provider agreements that EIM PAAC TSPs have that require the schedules in the market, the real-time market, to wheel through that EIM BAA to match the tags. You're already going to tag through EIM BAAC because it's an intermediate BAA, but these agreements say you also have to have market schedules to go along with that. So how does this affect the scheduling? You can still bid at EDAM BAA from the EIM BAA D gap, as we show here. So the day-ahead participation doesn't change, but in real time, because EIM BAC is the intermediate BAA, we don't mirror that schedule to a mirror system resource in EIM BAD. We mirror it in the intermediate BAA, EIM BAAC in this case, and the participant that generates the energy in this example from some resource in EIM BAD has to bridge the schedules through a base transfer from D to C, and then an economic, a base schedule with a mirror system resource that matches your day-ahead schedule. So if you train this through, you have your day-ahead schedule, it's mirrored to a base transfer in the mirror system resource that matches your base transfer between C and D that matches your base schedule at the generating resource in D. So what's your exposure for financial imbalance in real time? Nil, because these are base schedules. If everything matches along and you don't have deviations, everything is scheduled to your day-ahead schedule, the only settlement that you have is your day-ahead intertie resource to the EDAM BAA. Okay? Now, if you have additional participation in real time in excess to what was cleared in the day ahead, there are other ways to do it in real time using, again, the ETSRs. So you use now economic transfers between D and C and economic transfer between C and A. You tag through those transfers.
George, also another thing that this is still same mechanism of scheduling that people are using in EIM when they have a schedule in their head and they go to EIM. That's the same exact mechanism that people are doing, bridging and putting base schedules from a scheduling again, not the pricing.
So this is participation from EIM through EIM. This is a little variation on the scenario where EIM goes through an intermediate EDAM BAA. You cannot bid directly to EDAM BAA because you're not adjacent. You have to bid at the boundary of EDAM area. So you have to bid at EDAM BAA-B, and you get your energy to serve your load in EDAM BAA-A using EDAM transfers. So you import in EDAM BAA-B using the EIM BAA-E DGAP or a gap, all right, and you tag through a day-ahead EDAM transfer. If the participant has transmission rights on the EDAM transfer between B and A, then it can exercise its rights by registering type 1 TSRs and self-scheduling those. So you can have a self-scheduled import from E to B and a self-scheduled transfer from B to A. That's your mechanism for a bilateral contract from E to A in the day-ahead market.
Real quick clarifying question. So you said in this example, they can't schedule from EIM BAA-E to EDAM BAA in the day ahead. Is that just because their transmission rights make them go elsewhere? Is there a market?
You have to go through B in this scenario. There is no direct connection between E and A.
So in EDAM, if I have energy that I'm sourcing from EIM BAA-E, and I know I'm going to import it into EDAM BAA, I cannot just simply submit an import bid directly into EDAM BAA using a DGAP from EIM BAA-E.
You have to be adjacent.
Have to be, gotcha, okay.
Yeah, if your schedule has to wheel through another BAA, then you have to show it in the market as going through that BAA, even in the day ahead, which is the case here. Now you can participate also in the real time. In the real time, the participation is what happens. We mirror that day ahead schedule into EIM BAA-E to keep it balanced. And then that has a base schedule that matches the day ahead schedule. You base schedule your supply resource in EIM BAA-E. So again, with base schedules, you're not exposed to any financial settlement in real time. The only settlement that you have is that day ahead import into EDAM BAA-B, okay? Your load, if you're serving a load in EDAM BAA-A, sees the marginal energy cost of EDAM BAA-A. Your import into EDAM BAA-B sees the marginal energy cost of EDAM BAA-B. So there might be a difference between those two, unless there is no transfer congestion between A and B. Then they have the same marginal energy cost. I believe we do have a settlement example for the previous case where it goes through an EIM BAA. This is similar. So you can look at the appendix of the paper that we released, has more detailed settlement examples and discussion about these scenarios.
Hi there. This is Kevin from TransAlta. Just will you be going over any examples where the base schedule is broken for whatever reason and what the settlements, sort of the unwind might look like? Thank you.
Yes, actually, one of our settlement examples in, not broken, I wouldn't say broken, but we have in the previous example, additional participation in real time where there's a dispatch that is above the base schedule, so it gets an imbalanced settlement. So we have that example in the previous case that goes through an EIM BAA.
We already went through it then, is what you're saying?
In the paper, the first three diagram, the illustrations that George went through, we did create settlement examples on, and they're in the paper.
All right, thanks.
All right.
Let me put it in my words. So in today, because you don't have EDAM BAB, so the bidding is at the boundary of the EDAM market or the day-ahead market right now, which is going to be EDAM balancing area A. But once we have EDAM balancing area B and that EIM area E does not have transmission right directly to CAISO, it has to go through the EDAM balancing area B, then the boundary of the market now becomes the EDAM balancing area B. So You always bid at the boundary of the market. But now, since you don't have that transmission right as an adjacent, now you have to go through another balancing area that is in the market. Then the boundary of the market determines where you will bid. That's where the intertie resource, IR resource, is determined.
So a scenario that you can think of plausible here is, let's say BPA joins EDAM, that's EDAM BAAB, and EDAM and EIM BAE is, let's say, Northwestern, that is not in EDAM. To bid the ISO, they have to bid in BPA first and tag through BPA to get to the ISO. So,
and I would also add that this is being done in the real-time market today, right? When you go through another EIM, you know, that's very, you have to define the import and export and wheel through that EIM in the middle. Because now the day ahead, in the day ahead, it's only California, we don't see this kind of scenario. But when you have another EDAM entity, so now you have a bigger market footprint, you have to go to that boundary.
Yes, Steve.
EDAM BAAB, I assume that they're bidding into that, but I thought the only EDAM entity that allows bidding at the interties is the CAISO.
Yeah, so the intertie resource, the green one in day ahead, okay? If it's a system resource, it has to self-schedule, or an intertie resource, an intertie transaction has to self-schedule because EDAM BAAB, being non-DISO BAA, doesn't allow economic bids at the interties. However, if this is a designated network resource that meets the tariff requirements for it and has a contract for an obligation for serve load, either in EDAM BAAB or perhaps in this case EDAM BAA, then we can model it as a TG and it can have an economic bid at the intertie of EDAM BAAB.
Yeah, but that's because it's basically pseudo-tied into
Special case, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Now that we've taken a few hands in the room, we have a few hands online.
I would like to conclude these examples so that we can ask and answer all these questions together so that you can get the whole picture, right? So we have some participation from an EDAM BAA to EDAM, from an EIM BAA to EDAM. Let's go and look at the last one from non-EIM to EDAM, and then we'll open for questions. This is the participation in real time for this scenario. You're using simple economic transfers from E to B, from B to A. Okay, that's simple. All right, so from a non-EIM BAA, direct intertie schedule, that's when the non-EIM BAA is adjacent to the EDAM BAA. Think Senasi with the ISO here, for example. Then the participation is very simple. You can have an intertie resource from the non-EIM BAA DGAP that can participate at the EDAM intertie. The same resource can participate both in EDAM and in WAVE, right? There's no restriction here, so that's why we show it in blue. So you can bid in day ahead, you can get a day ahead schedule, a day ahead settlement. You can bid again in real time. You can get a real time schedule and real time scheduling balance in EIM. That's direct. What if this is indirect and has to go through EIM BAAC? Similar scenarios before. The only thing that's missing, we don't have the mirror because we don't mirror schedules into non-EIM BAAs. So again, you have a day ahead bid at EDAM BAA intertie with the non-EIM BAA DGAP that clears the day ahead, gets a day ahead settlement. Then you have to bridge it in real time because your real time schedules, like your tags, have to wheel through the intermediate EIM BAAC. How do you do that? We mirror the day ahead schedule into EIM BAAC. That's your mirror system resource. That has a base schedule that matches the day ahead schedule. And then you self-schedule an import, if this was originally an import, to EIM BAAC using the non-EIM BAA gap. And then you bridge this with the mirror system resource. So if the, let's say it was an import schedule that cleared the day ahead 100 megawatts, There is a base schedule for the MSR 100 megawatts. There is a base import to EIM-BAC from non-EIM-BAJ, 400 megawatts. That completes the bridging. You don't have financial exposure in real time because these are base schedules, they're not settled. So the only settlement that you have is, again, your day-ahead settlement at the day-ahead gap tie price. Okay, this is what means to participate from a non-EIM in day-ahead. Additional participation in real time has to be achieved, of course, with dynamic transfers between EIM-BAC and EDAM-BAA. See,
George, we have a few hands online.
I want to see where we are. I want to complete this one,
Okay.
and then we'll open for questions. This is the scenario with the schedule from a non-EIM-BAA is willed through an EDAM-BAA. So here, you cannot bid again directly to EDAM-BAA. You have to bid at the boundary of EDAM, so you have to bid at EDAM-BAA-B. You're using an intertie resource at an EDAM-BAA-B intertie using the non-EIM-BAH gap, and you bridge that with an EDAM transfer. If the participant has transfer rights on the transfer between B and A, they can define, register in the master file type 1 TSRs and self-schedule them here. And then self-scheduling the import, that's your bilateral contract from non-adjacent, non-EIM-BAAH all the way to EDAM-BAA, has to will through. In real time, any additional participation has to go through the dynamic transfers between EDAM-BAA-B and EDAM-BAA. So that concludes our simple examples with only 3 BAAs of direct intertie scheduling and indirect scheduling from EIM-BAA, EDAM-BAA, and non-EIM-BAA. You have all these combinations. So we'll open for questions before we go to something a little bit more complicated.
George, someone pointed out to me that we should express that this applies to all BAAs. This isn't just an ISO. Because you can self-schedule this entire design, and we made it generic for that reason, is it applies to all BAs and all self-schedule.
Right. I mentioned that if you want to attach this to some scenario that we're thinking it's playable, when we start EDAM, I said, well, consider EDAM-BAA as the ISO balancing authority area, EDAM-BAB as Pacific Corp, and maybe non-EIM-BA can be anything Northwestern or even Mid-C. For non-EIM should be Mid-C. But yeah, we made this scenarios general, so that's why we use generic names so they can apply in multiple cases. Thank you, James.
Thank you. So now we'll take some questions online. Thank you to those of you online for your patience. First, we have Dan Williams. Go ahead, Dan.
Hey, just a couple, this is Dan from TEA. So just a couple quick detail questions and then maybe some higher level thoughts. And first, just George, great job and great stamina to get through all this stuff. I know you love being in the weeds on these things, and some of us do too, but it still is a lot of work. So appreciate everything that's gone into this. Once all of this, or in the ISO's vision here, would there no longer be the concept of transmission used outside of EIM or non-participating EIM or non-participating resources within EIM BAs?
Non-participating resources in EIM BAs, yes, that is still a thing, and they only base schedule, they don't bid. And in a lot of these examples, when we bridge schedules with supply resources in an EIM BA, I'm mentioning that you can base schedule these resources, which could be non-EIM participating, right? And you don't have to submit a bid, just with the base schedule, you bridge your day-ahead schedule, and you're not exposed to any financial settlement in real time. So yes, it's very possible.
Okay. And so that, I think I get that concept there easily enough, but when it comes to the non-EIM transmission, today there are lots of resources that have contracts using multiple types of transmission to get to California. Not all RA resources, so it's not just stuff tied up in what we're going to discuss tomorrow. But that transmission is not available for EIM use. It is just connecting that resource to the CAISO. What I'm seeing in these examples is that there has to be some methodology for that transmission that's owned by a third party to become part of an ETSR in order for there to be any delivery from an EIM BA to the CAISO BA in real time.
So what it comes down to, Dan, is how you're going to use these transactions in the context of resource efficiency evaluation. Let's say that this example here, that import from non-EIM BAAH to EDAM BAAB doesn't have explicit transfer rights to use, let's say, an RSC eligible transfer from B to A, then it only contributes to the resource efficiency evaluation of EDAM BAAB. To have it contributing to the resource efficiency evaluation of EDAM BAA, you need to tag it through an RSC eligible transfer, the simplest is type 3, between B and A. So the participant should ask the EDAM entity for BAAB to establish a TSR type 3 eligible, RSC eligible transfer between B and A, so that they can tag the schedule because they have some obligation to serve demand in BAA. Or that participant may already own rights on the EDAM transfer, in which case, as I mentioned here in the example, they can exercise these rights by self-scheduling on the type 1 transfers now. That's a type 1 versus type 3. They both are RSC eligible, but they require type 1 registration from the participant for the rights, and the EDAM BAAs have to approve that. In the other case of a type 3, the participant has to ask the EDAM entity to set up an RSC eligible transfer for them to tag their schedule. So yes, there is some communication that needs to happen for this. I think that's what you were alluding to.
Yeah, it's mostly that the way that transmission is used today is significantly more simple and does not involve having to sort of consider some of those other things. And I think that just kind of goes to the higher level comments that as I absorb all of this, these are great discussions. These are great, maybe solutions to a massive IT project problem. The thing is, we are asking to have these discussions back in 2022 and 23 and 21 when we were getting these concepts out of EDAM, and some of us were thinking through how does this work for different resources and transmission rights and everything else, because we wanted to have enough time to adjust contracts, to figure out how to value transmission rights in the future, and to get staff and tariffs and everything else lined up. These are massive changes, and they may be the right solution. There may be other solutions, but we're 7 months before go live. And if any of these changes have a meaningful impact on the BAs other than PacifiCorp and the CAISO, they have to figure that out from a process, staff, tariff, business practice, et cetera, process, and do all of that within the next few months, run a stakeholder process, et cetera. And I think I want to be really clear that I'm not saying that because I think that EDAM should be delayed in any way. It's just to note that we've been being told for the last 2, 3, 4 years that the EDAM functionality was going to be constrained to the EDAM, and that we are taking care to do this incrementally so that EIM remain voluntary, and we would try to be minimally disruptive to the rest of the bilateral markets, forward markets, et cetera. And I'll let others weigh in on like whether our markets can absorb this amount of change in this short time. But that's where the concern is coming from. And I think all the questions that you're hearing today are representative that the people who've been paying absolute closest attention to CAISO's markets from the outside are sitting here struggling with the concepts at the most simple level today.
Dan, thank you for your comment. I'd like to unpack it a little bit because what we're presenting here is not new per se. Today, to have a participant participating at an ISO intertie, it is understood that that participant will have to secure transmission to get that tie. And if that transmission has to go through an intermediate BAA, that participant will have to tag through that intermediate BAA. That doesn't change this process. We formalize it and show how it will play out with EDAM so that the market schedules that are submitted and clear the market agree with those tags. I don't think we assume there's going to be some new process that is in place. This is something that is used today for a participant to acquire transmission rights to get to the ISO intertie. Am I correct?
I mean, to an extent, that's correct. Yes, you have to get transmission and you have to submit a tag. But when entities have been lining up long-term PPAs or short-term RA deals or short-term physical energy hedging deals, they've been doing all of that based on the expectation that market price formation will stay largely intact. And if we go back to what Jeff Spire said, or a number of other folks that weighed in to say, well, look, now my reference prices are changing and I have no way to hedge that, that has a direct impact on the economics of participating in the market. And maybe there's not a lot of concern among all people, but eventually that shows up in customer rates, and the risk that entities now have with changes to pricing that they can't hedge just does not create a better functioning market than what we have today. And I circle back to my first comments that I'm still confused a little bit on how this is meaningfully improving on the accuracy of the day ahead market, and not still having a significant amount of inaccuracy between day ahead and real time.
Thank you,
But
Dan.
I'll let others take the time because I know there's plenty of other folks on the call.
Thank you, Dan, for the feedback. We'll be moving on to the next caller, Jennifer Gerard. Go ahead.
Idaho Power. Can you go back to slide 19?
Sorry? Previous slide?
Yeah, just the one that was the real simple between an EDAM and an EIM BA. Yeah. So the one you were just, I think the one you just had up there. Maybe, yeah.
This one or not?
The next one.
The next one?
Where you just click that, there you go. So if let's just say in this scenario, the EIM BAC does not have a resource, a designated resource there, and it's just point-to-point transmission. And let's say that that's coming from the EDAM BAA into the EIM BAAC. Is that still going to be on the IR resource and then hit on an MSR kind of coming into the EIM and scheduled in that way in the EDAM? And then the type 1, type 2 obviously does not apply in that case as well, because those are only for the TSRs.
Are we still on the same example, or because I thought you mentioned EDAM BAA?
She's doing opposite direction. This is
the opposite direction?
Yeah.
Exporting out of EDAM BAA and syncing to EIM BAA.
Right.
Yeah, you'll have an export at the intertie resource. That should be reflected as a mirror within the EIM BAA. Instead of having a generator, your demand is what is going to have a base schedule to show that that export, which is now coming in as an import mirror, is syncing to your demand. And then if there is any additional dispatches in EDAM BAA to serve that demand, you will now use the ETSRs to flow the energy through to the EIMBA.
So in essence, these examples that we're showing, they're both for imports and for exports, and that's why we use double arrows. So the intertie resource can be an import resource, where the energy is actually coming from a generating resource in EIMBAC, or it can be an export resource where the energy sinks at the load resource. In EDAM, both supply and demand resources can bid into the market. So you can have it both ways. The mechanism is still the same. You still have an intertie resource that you can bid in HASP, either an import or an export, with an auto mirror, and then you bridge it with a base schedule, either on a supply resource for an import or a demand resource for an export. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what if we're just wheeling through the EDAM?
Oh, wheeling, hold that for some other scenarios we'll show you later on. You already showed, you've already seen some wheeling through intermediate BAAs in some of our slides, like this one, for example, where in real time you wheel through the EIMBAAC. So the wheeling is achieved with constructs like transfers, and in this case, we use a base transfer between D and C so that you don't have an exposure on financial deviation in real time. So you'll see some of those in our scenarios. You've seen already some. And we'll talk more about wheeling through EDAM BAAs later on in the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one final question in the queue before we continue on. Suyi Su, go ahead. Could we please try unmuting Suyi Su one more time?
This is Suyi from PCI Energy Solutions. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I have two questions. They might get into some implementation details. First question is between a non-EIM BA to a EDAM BA. It's on page 24, I believe.
Yeah, go on.
So my question is that a new option for a non-EIM BA to have a economic intertie bid on a non-CAISO EDAM BAA boundary?
No, it's not. If it's a system resource, it has to self-schedule on non-ISO interties. The only exception that we mentioned earlier is if the resource is a designated network resource, meets the tariff requirements for it, it has an obligation to serve demand in the EDAM BAA, then we model it as a TG, and it can participate from a non-EIM BA with economic bids.
Thank you.
You have to check those boxes.
My second question is about a transfer between EIM BA and EDAM BA from page 18 or 19. Are you using the term TSR in general, representing base ETSR and ETSR in real time?
Yes, that's correct. If you see it in green, that's a TSR. Red is an ETSR. Because for us, it's the same construct. We do clarify that in real time, it's only used for energy, and that's why we call it ETSR, but it's really a TSR that only can have energy schedules. In day ahead, we call it a TSR because it can have more than energy schedules. It can have capacity awards, but other than that, it's the same construct. We have different types for them, as we mentioned at the beginning. We have 4 types for day ahead, 3 different types for real time. That's in the document. It's not in the presentation. We have base transfers, static transfers, and dynamic transfer real time. But the mechanism is the same. You still have a pair of system resources to model the transfer.
Gotcha. I believe my question is more about page 19. Sorry, if you can scroll down. So I'm more thinking about a bilateral trade between EIMBA to EDAM-BA.
Yes.
How does that look like in day ahead versus real time?
So in day ahead, it's using an import. Let's say it's an import from C to A. It uses an import self-schedule at EDAM BAA, which is mirrored in real time and bridged with a base schedule at the generating resource in EIM BAC. That's your bilateral contract in day ahead. You can have the same construct in HASP, as we saw here, where you can have an import into EDAM BAA from the EIM BAC gap in HASP. When that clears HASP, now you submit a base schedule on the supply resource in C to match the clear schedule. And if these are self-schedules in the HASP, that's basically your bilateral contract and your ability to exercise or have a bilateral contract in the real-time market between EIM BAC, between an EIM BAA and an EDAM BAA. As we mentioned earlier, you don't have the ability to use base transfers with an EDAM BAA, so this is your mechanism, your HASP intertie schedule for that purpose. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. And I see a question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kathy with Copia. Can you walk me through an example for CGAP in this scenario for your diagrams? Because I think I got clarification earlier. An example of a CGAP would be something that was dynamically scheduled.
This one from a non-EIM BAA?
From a EIM BAA.
From an EIM BAA. Didn't like me. EIM BAA. Through an EIM BAA or from an EIM BAA?
From.
This one. This one?
Oh, nice.
This one? Oh, okay.
It should help if I turn on my mic. Let me say that all over again. So in this scenario, the IR is a custom a custom gap a resource, a DG. They are economically bidding into the day ahead, and they have resource characteristics so that we can schedule them based upon the resource characteristics. Now it's made it through HASP, and you're going into the FMM and RTD. All those schedules need to be mirrored in the EIM BAA because it reflects that it's an export out of the EIM BAC that is now an import into EDAM BAA. That is, in essence, the C gap would reflect the characteristic of the GR. Because that is the resource that's supporting the TG or the C gap resource.
And James, I keep saying the same thing again, that in this example, what has changed for the EIM-C from the current practices that they're doing today?
Nothing.
Nothing. The only change is in the price. Right now, when they clear the IR, the intertie resource, that bid or that schedule that is cleared at the intertie resource is using the price of the intertie resource.
Correct.
Instead, in the EDAM now, it's going to use the gap tie price. So that price is going to be determined that. But the practice of scheduling, practice of bridging, practice of moving from the day ahead to the real time for the anything related to the EIM-C is the same.
Yeah, and I think that's a very good point to make is that these examples all occur today in WEAM. We are The difference is the scheduling point, when you tag it, it's going to be dependent upon how it flows through the other BAAs. So if you schedule at Palo Verde and that energy is coming from a resource in PNM, it is eventually going to go through transfers to get to Arizona. Arizona will have a mirror, and that mirror will reflect that import schedule at ISO. So these are all relative examples. The main difference is the scheduling point associated with it. And I see I prompted Carrie.
Carrie Bentley with WPTF. Thanks, James, for that. I think the one major change that I think I understand is more like slide 21, where if you're a resource in EIM and you are not contiguous with, let's say, CAISO, let's say CAISO's BAA, today you could economically offer into the CAISO. In the future, you are forced to self-schedule and then do a transfer.
So for the ISO, you could still economically offer.
No, in this case, you can't
Yeah.
because you're not contiguous.
But Kerry, this is a direct outcome of the fact that you have more BAAs now in EDAM. It's not only the ISO. So if you have an intermediate BAA that now is an EDAM BAA, you can be directly to the ISO because the ISO is not the only BAA in the day ahead. So that's a natural
I
follow-up.
understand the mechanism in which this is occurring, but it is a pretty significant change because if you're a resource and you signed a contract and you thought you could economically bid, as of May, you can no longer economically bid. You have to self-schedule.
Hold your thought. We'll show you how you can do it.
Yeah.
I'm
I don't know if everyone on the phone heard it. I'm supposed to hold my thought. Future slides. We're going to get there. I'm skipping ahead. Yeah, sorry.
We'll show you how you can do it.
I'm not seeing any other questions online. Any others in the room? Go ahead, George.
All right. No, just, oh, we went through that? Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we talked about this. All right, so let's complete the scenarios here and answer Carrie's question. So how you can bid in the day-ahead market using the G-gap. So you can bid at an intertie of an EDAM BAA using the specific G-gap for that tie. You can register a resource, could be a system resource, or you can use an intertie transaction that specifies the intertie and the G-gap as attributes for the intertie resource. If EDAM BAA is the ISO balancing authority area, you can bid economically. You can clear the day-ahead market. You get a settlement at the G-gap tie LMP.
George, let me just qualify that. You are trying to explain, like for someone who says, in the previous example that Kerry
Do I
brought
bid
up,
directly to the
how
ISO?
do I don't want to do this self-schedule. I don't want to go to the boundary of that adjacent EDAM. I want to continue to do what I'm doing today to bid at the California ISO. That's what George is going into. Okay, this is how you can do that.
So this is the trick. You'll use the G-gap. So there are some uses for the G-gap. The only problem when you use the G-gap is that you cannot tag that schedule because the G-gap is not existing in real time. It's not a real scheduling point. So it's a temporary use just for the day-ahead market to accomplish what you want to do in the day-ahead market. But then what happens is that come real time, Cyber will actually zero that schedule, all right? Because it's not valid in real time. So you will get a hasp reversal for that schedule. Essentially, you'll be buying it back in real time. And now you'll have to replace that invalid schedule in real time with a valid real-time schedule alternative. We'll walk slowly through all the alternatives because there are many. So Pay attention, this is going to be in the final exam. So one alternative, you can supply the energy and the replacement schedule from a supply resource or resources in EDAM BAAA. All right, so you're buying back.
Sorry, really quick, because this is on the final test, apparently. When you say there's going to be a Haas reversal and you have to buy it back,
yes,
you have to buy it back.
Yeah, automatically you're buying it back.
And then, so that I understand, that makes sense, Haas reversal rule. And then you say when you have to replace it with a real-time schedule, you have to at any price?
Well, depends on the replacement scenario. We'll walk through all of them.
All right, can you note the
In
prices
this
there
one,
too?
you're replacing with an EDAM schedule in EDAM BAA. So both the replacement and the original schedule that you're buying back is at the same marginal energy cost, which is the EDAM BAA. All right? So you're exposed to any marginal loss and marginal congestion differences between the generator location in EDAM BAA and the GGAP tie. Of course, is that intertie has an intertie scheduling limit. There is also an impact of that because the intertie scheduling limit affects the gap tie LMP, but not the generating resource LMP directly. So that's scenario one for the replacement schedule. Pretty simple, right? Between the generating resource location and the GGAP tie, okay?
George, real quick, we also do have a question in the chat.
Can I finish this?
Sure, go ahead.
We have, so we'll walk through the scenarios, then we'll open for questions. All right. Second alternative, you can replace the invalid schedule with an intertie schedule directly from a non-EIM BAA to EDAM BAA. So you have, let's say the original day-ahead schedule was an import. You have now an import. You're replacing that with an import at the same intertie, preferably, from the non-EIM BAF DGAP. What's your exposure in real time? You're buying a schedule at the GGAP tie, and you're selling at the non-EIM BAA DGAP tie. If it's the same tie, the same intertie scheduling limit is seen in both prices. It's the same BAA that's going to EDAM BAA, so the marginal energy cost is the same. So you're only exposed to congestion and loss differences between the GGAP and the non-EIM BAA gap. Okay. Alternative number 3. Your supply is in another EDAM BAA. So you bid that supply in real time, and you bridge it to EDAM BAA through an EIM transfer. What's your exposure here? You're buying the day-ahead schedule at the GGAP tie price. You're selling the energy at the generator resource location in EDAM BAA B. The marginal energy cost could be different if there is congestion, transfer congestion between A and B. Otherwise, it's the same. Alternative number 4. Your source is in a non-EIM BAA, but it's not directly adjacent to your EDAM BAA. You have to go through another EDAM BAA, EDAM BAA B in this case. A variation of sorts in scenarios that we have seen so far. You bid an import to EDAM BAA B because you cannot bid directly to A, right? And then you bridge it with an ETSR, with a Wayne transfer to EDAM BAA. What's your exposure? You're buying again the day-ahead schedule at the GGAP tie price, and you're selling the energy at the gap tie of your import resource into EDAM BAA B. The MECs, the marginal energy cost, could be different again between A and B, and you may also have additional differences because of marginal loss and congestion between the GGAP and the non-EIM BAH gap. Huh? The max, yes, the G-gap tie has the MEC of EDAM BAA A. That import into B has the MEC of EDAM BAA B. Another alternative, well, you participate from EIM BAAC directly. So now you're using HASP. So you're replacing that import from the G-gap with an HASP import from that EIM BAAC, preferably on the same intertie, okay? That has the EIM BAAC D-gap tie. You have to bridge this with your supply resource in EIM BAAC. You have to be very careful here. You want to base schedule that resource because you want to essentially replace the import from the G-gap tie with an import with a HASP import. You don't want to have another settlement for your generating resource in EIM BAAC. So you base schedule that to match what the day ahead import cleared. Then your exposure is basically the price difference between the G-gap tie and that EIM BAAC D-gap tie. The MEC is the same here. It's the BAAA. If it's the same intertie, your intertie contributions from intertie scheduling limits are also the same. So it's only losses and congestion. You can do the same thing in real time, not using a hash transfer, using transfers. So you can use a real-time transfer to bridge your generating schedule. But now your participation changes for that generating schedule because the transfers are not scheduled. You still have to replace your input. You're replacing it, but financially, you want to get a settlement now for your generating resource. Before you were base scheduling because the settlement was at the import resource, the HASP import. Now there's no HASP import. There's a transfer. Transfer doesn't have an explicit settlement. So now you have to submit a zero-based schedule for your generating resource in EIM BAAC and self-schedule your day-ahead schedule so that you can get a settlement in real time that counters your buying back your day-ahead schedule. So depending on the scenario, how you proceed is important for your financial outcome.
Sorry, the last one again. I caught all of them except for the self-schedule. I'm paying attention.
Okay.
Please, just the I didn't understand the self-schedule part.
If you're using a HASP schedule, the HASP schedule is settled. So you don't want a settlement. So you don't want a settlement to the generating resource. You have to base schedule that. If you're not using a HASP intertie, but you're using a transfer to tag your schedule, the transfer is not settled. So now you want a settlement on the generating resource. So you have to submit a zero-based schedule and a self-schedule above it to match the day-ahead schedule that you're buying back, which means that cannot be an EIM non-participating resource in this scenario. If you're using the HASP schedule, it can be a non-participating resource because we simply base schedule it. So you can see the differences in the scenarios. Now, we have an extensive example that covers the scenario in the appendix of the paper for each of these things. So you can take notes, but then you can also look at the paper. It's very clearly described all the possibilities there for each scenario. And we're not done. We have more. So other possibility is to bring the energy from a non-EIM BA through an EIM BA that is directly connected to EDAM BAA. It's a variation of sorts. We're building scenarios based on what we know already from previous slides, right? So how do you do that? You have an import from this non-EIM BAJ into EIM BAAC that you bridge it, either with the HASP intertie schedule that you have or with a transfer, the purple or the red. What you do affects how you're going to participate at that import resource from non-EIM BAJ. If you're using the HASP intertie schedule to bridge, you want to base schedule that import into EIM BAAC. If you're using the transfer, you want a settlement for it in real time, so you base schedule 0 and you self-schedule your day-ahead input. Okay, similar to before, but now it's from a non-EIM BAA, not from a resource in a BAA. Variation on the same thing. And finally, what if you participate from an EIM BAA indirectly through EDAM BAA-B? You can have a HASP import into EDAM BAA-B from EIM BAA-E, which you have to bridge it with the base schedule at your supply resource in EIM BAA-E, or if you're using economic transfers, you have to submit a zero base schedule for it and a soft schedule for your day ahead so that you can get a settlement for it. Same concept, different alternatives. So you can go to EDAM through EDAM BAA-B, but you can also go through EIM BAA-C. So now you're using economic transfers in real time between E and C to get to A. You can get to A with a HASP schedule, okay? In which case, you base schedule your supply resource at E. If you're using EIM transfers to tag through, you submit a zero base schedule and a soft schedule at the day ahead schedule that you're buying back so that you can get a settlement for your supply resource to counter the buying back of your day ahead schedule. Same concept, okay? You can bridge it different ways. I'm going to go back to this to mention something important. So this looks a lot, but it's really all of what we have learned so far coming all together into a slide. And it's useful to have it as a reference card for what you can do in real time. Because so far we talked about how you can schedule in the day ahead. Well, this is exactly how you can schedule in real time, because this gives you all your available options for intertie scheduling in the Western energy imbalance market. Okay? And again, this is nothing new. If you want to do this, you're doing this okay. You're tagging this way through the intermediate BAAs, and you have to show now in the market schedules that go along with the tags. And this is how you do it. So we're giving you a mechanism of what you are already doing through your tags. Okay? We can open for your questions now.
We have a question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Kevin Porras, TransAlta. I'm sorry, I'm trying to follow along with everything. Can you go over again the EDAM BAA, EDAM BAA-B, non-EIM BAA-H scenario again?
From H to B to A? From H to B to A.
Correct, yeah.
So you're buying the day-ahead schedule of the jig-up tie. You're replacing it with an import from non-EIM BAA-H into EDAM BAA-B, which is bridged with economic transfers in real time to EDAM BAA-A. You tag it this way. It's not necessary to tag it. You're still getting the same settlement. You're buying back the jig-up tie price for EDAM BAA-A, and you're selling at the dig-up tie price of EDAM BAA-B. The difference is potentially different marginal energy costs if there's congestion between A and B. Otherwise, it's the same marginal energy cost.
That's great, thank you.
Next, Carrie, go ahead.
I think I'm a little, oh, sorry, Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum. I think where I'm getting a little confused is that I think I'm in that green bubble and I'm a resource and I want to economically offer into EDAM. And this is making it sound like I'm going to replace with a different resource elsewhere. But in reality, it's like that if I want to use my same resource, right? It's like that green bubble is overlapping these different scenarios. You're not saying I need to replace with a separate resource, which is kind of how the bubbles make it look.
Of course you will replace it with a separate resource, because the resource which is registered at the G-gap that you use in the day-ahead market, you cannot use it in real time because the G-gap is not a supported scheduling location. It's automatically bought back, so you have to put something else in.
Becomes like, but what if it's I don't understand. Like, what if it's a RPS contract, like PCC2? Like, you
It
want
won't be at the GGAP.
won't be at the GCAP. But if it's not contiguous, how do I guess I self-schedule. Okay.
Then you have a scenario that you replace it one of the available options.
So this is, so if you actually want to physically run your asset, this doesn't, it's truly, it's
Which
virtual.
asset? There's
There-
no asset at the GGAP. It's
well,
just a fabrication that we have for the day-ahead market. It's an artifact. Not real.
Today, there is a real asset. It exists in life and it wants to economically bid into the tie and it wants to generate and be exposed to that price. And when you say run, it runs.
Well,
Like
if it's
that-
a real, okay, if it's a real asset and you know its location, you're not going to bid it at the GGAP, you will bid it at the gap of the appropriate BAA, which is the source or the sink.
But then I have to self-schedule it is my point.
Well, this is when you don't know the source. Then you use the GGAP. You know the source, but it's still going to bid at the ISO balancing authority area directly in the day ahead. You can do this, but then you have to replace it and you have some financial exposure, more or less depending on the scenario. And that's what it is.
If you don't replace it, is it like a virtual bid?
Yes, it is, and that's why it gets hasp reversal. Very good question. And it is a virtual bid essentially, and that's why it goes through hasp reversal, that policy that we have for day-ahead schedules that are not tagged in real time. Correct.
Thank you. Next, we have a couple online questions. First, we have a question from Tong Wu. Go ahead, Tong.
Yeah, this is Tong Wu from WAPA. My understanding is that you use GGAP because you don't know where the source is in the day-ahead time frame. And once you know it in real time, depending on where that source is, you have these different mechanisms to do that. Did I understand correctly?
Yes.
That's the rationale why you want to do this.
That's correct. Yes, you don't know the source in the day ahead, or you insist on bypassing intermediate BAs and bidding in the day ahead directly, assuming that you're going to have some financial exposure when you replace that schedule in real time with a valid schedule.
Right. So here in the green bubble, it says non-EDAM BAA. So that means this party is EIM, but not EDAM, or this could be any
yeah.
situation.
Well, the GGAP is, we said we have two GGAPs, right? The north and the south, and it's the amalgamation, or I should say the union, of both EIM and non-EIM BAAs. That's why we say non-EDAM, in the north and in the south.
Let's say, for example, this is in the north.
Yeah.
Can this be EDAM BAA? Let's say, for example, Pacific Corp is north, right? Pacific Corp will be EDAM.
You don't know what it is in the day ahead, but if it is a resource in an EDAM BAA, then you can use the replacement scenarios that we have. First scenario, you replace it with a supply resource from EDAM BAA. Second scenario is you replace it with a supply resource in EDAM BAAB. So you can do that in real time.
I know the real-time part. I'm just looking at the day-ahead part. What are scenarios here? The green bubble says non-EDAM. So let me ask you specifically, hypothetical, specific scenarios. Let's say one scenario, I make a deal with somebody. Do you hear me?
Maybe our terminology is a little bit unfortunate here. When I say non-EDAM GGAP, just forget the non-EDAM for a moment. It's the GGAP that is associated with that intertie. The non-EDAM is just a qualifier that says it's really a union of non-EDAM BAAs. It's not a specific non-EDAM BAA. It's the entire GGAP of the north in this case, which has all the EIM and non-EIM BAs in the north. And that's the one.
Okay. So it doesn't matter whether it's EDAM or non-EDAM or EIM or non-EIM. Just the non-EDAM here means everybody north.
Yeah, I mean, Exactly, that's what I mean. You don't know where it's coming from, so we put in this generic gap out of non-EDAM BAAs in the north, and we say, okay, use that to associate with north interties, and the participants can use that G-gap tie combination for specifying imports, exports to an EDAM BAA using that location for distribution only in the day-ahead market.
Okay. So specifically, I think I got you. Make sure I understand. If I make a deal with somebody in Pacific Corp BAA,
yes,
and I don't know that party supplier doesn't tell me where it is, and then we can use this GGAP. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Another scenario is I make a deal with somebody in BPA. BPA is not going to be in EDAM.
Correct.
And then I still can use this GGAP.
You
can. I
can,
don't know
but
where in BPA's area I'm going to get the source.
you can use the G-gap, but if you know the source PAA, it's advisable, not necessary, to use that source as your D-gap so that you're not exposed to the unnecessary financial.
I see.
Right.
So it's not about the, okay, it's not about whether I know the source. It's about whether I know which BAA it comes from. Is that right?
Yes, exactly,
Oh,
yes.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
So even if I don't know where the source is in a BAA, but I know it's in that BAA, then this GGAP doesn't apply.
Correct, that's sufficient to know which BAA the source is,
I
not
see.
the specific source.
Okay.
Tomorrow, when
Only
we
if
talk
I
about
just don't know.
application, you will need to know the specific resource, but
Gotcha.
we'll talk about this tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a short question. We have a question from Stuart Kelly. Go ahead, Stuart.
Stuart, we can't hear you.
You may be double muted, Stuart.
I can hear something, but maybe your microphone.
Could you try unmuting Stuart one more time, please? We'll move on to the next question from Kevin from SCE, and then come back to Stuart. Could you please unmute Kevin? George, why don't we continue and then we'll come back to these.
Yes, we have a few more.
Oh,
so we have two very specific scenarios here that fall outside of the norm. Oh.
Yeah, George. Yeah, I'll read that now.
Yeah, just take that one.
So Dan Williams wrote, will RUC consider a GGAP bid as physical supply? And then he said, and will CAISO exports to non-EDAM BAAs be subject to NETC?
Will RUC consider?
So first, will RUC consider a GGAP bid as physical supply?
Can you hold your question? I have a slide that really describes the participation for imbalance reserve and reliability capacity. I think we'll address it there, but not from the GGAP, okay? The GGAP, you cannot have this resource at the GGAP represented in real time, so you cannot award it any capacity that you are not going to be able to dispatch it in real time. So the answer is no, but there are other scenarios we want to consider there. If I get that slide, you may have answers to your questions or more questions.
We received also a question in the chat from Kevin, who was having trouble unmuting. He said, can DGAP/tie energy be economically bid at the intertie?
Depends what the intertie is. If it's the ISO intertie, yes. If it's non-ISO intertie, the answer is no for system resources and intertie transactions. The answer is yes for TGs. So it depends.
I'm not seeing any further questions at this time.
Okay. There are two specific scenarios that are tailored to very specific situations. When a participant has rights on an EDAM transfer, let's say between B and A, which is using rights going through an intermediate EIM BAA, that's EIM BAC, how can the participant use these rights in his scheduling of interties with EDAM BAA? So you can use the GGAP method again. And if your TSP is in EIM BAC, you can be directly from C to A, okay? That's not the case here. This is a specific case where the participant wants to use its rights from B to A. So you can bid from the GGAP, and then you have to replace the schedule going through EDAM BAA-B. Of course, you can use economic transfers for that, but the idea here is to use your EDAM transfer where you have rights. So you bid in HASP an import schedule to B from C to replace your day-ahead schedule. Of course, you bridge it with base schedule at your supply in EIM BAC, but then you also have to bridge it with your EDAM transfer rights. The way you do that is you put a zero self-schedule placeholder in the day ahead on exercising these rights, essentially reserving the transmission capacity to use it in real time. And in real time, after HASP clears your schedule, you revise your TSR type 1 self-schedule to match it. And now your overall settlement comes to buying back the GGAP tie import to EDAM BAA and replacing it with an import into EDAM BAA-B from the EIM BAA-C DGAP. So this is a very specific scenario, and we'll see another one that goes through a non-EIM BAA. These scenarios are particularly applicable. We present them here in general, but we know at least one application, there may be others. The application is in the case of Portland General Electric that has transfers between PGE and ISO that are willing through BPA from John Day at the COI. So they can have participants that they own some rights on that EDAM transfer if they want to use them. They can use the scenarios here where they can bid directly to the ISO in the day ahead from the GGAP and then replace the schedule as we saw in the previous scenario. When you're replacing it, you're not using your EIM transfer, but you're using your EDAM transfer rights. So similar to before, it's a variation. You have an import from a non-EIM BAA to EDAM BAA-B, and you bridge it with your EDAM transfer rights by revising your zero self-schedule placeholder that you submit in the day ahead for these rights with whatever clears in real time in HASP, let's say, for your import to match the day ahead schedule that you want to replace. So your financial exposure again is you're buying back at the GGAP tie, selling at the non-EIM BAA DGAP tie here. There's a difference because the original day ahead schedule has the marginal energy cost of EIM BAA. Your replacement schedule has the marginal cost of EDAM BAA-B. If there's no congestion between B and A, these are the same, otherwise they may be different. So this is an alternative way to bid directly to the ISO using your EDAM transfer rights. It's a little different from what we saw before. Very specific scenarios. I'm going to go a little fast through this because it's nothing new. We support wheeling through an EDAM BAA that's ISO today, but we'll expand it to all EDAM BAAs. You can have an import from a non-EDAM and an export to a non-EDAM BAA, and we link those in the market today with a construct called the wheeling schedule, where the import specifies the export resource in the bid as a wheeling counter schedule and vice versa. This is information for our market to link those two and schedule them in tandem. For the ISO, this is important because this can have economic bids, in which case this construct guarantees that they schedule at the same level for the import and the export, and they don't go out of balance. Economically, what this means is that the difference between the export bid and the import bid is really an implicit transmission bid for the will-through. In other markets, this is called an up to congestion bid. So this is an equivalent mechanism in our market of how you can do that. That works for imports and exports from non-EIM through EDAM to non-EIM. In the case where you involve transfers, if you go from EDAM to EDAM to EDAM, there is no mechanism to link the transfers. So they can go out of balance. Of course, if the participant has transfer rights in both of those, then they can self-schedule all the way through, go from Z to A to B with self-schedules exercising the rights, in which case, of course, they're going to be balanced. The same thing happens if one leg is an import or an export with a non-EDAM BAA. Again, there's no explicit link between that import and the transfer. But again, if the transfer has rights and you self-schedule it, and you self-schedule the import or the export, again, you achieve balancing between the legs of the will-through. Now, we did mention how intertie resources can be eligible to provide imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity. This table here outlines this process, this eligibility, and it really depends on the ability or eligibility for the resource to participate in FMM and HASP. So intertie transactions, they cannot be certified for any of the capacity services because you have to be a registered resource, and these are not registered. TGs, both for ISO interties and non-ISO interties, the TG can participate in HASP if it's from a non-EIM BAA and in real time. So if the source is a non-EIM BAA, they can get certification to provide imbalanced reserve and reliability capacity. If it's an EIM BAA, they can only participate in HASP. So for reliability capacity, no problem because it's an hourly product. For a 15-minute product like the imbalanced reserve, you cannot provide it if it's from an EIM BAA to an EDAM BAA. System resources are a little bit more restrictive because for the ISO, you can participate with economic bids. You need the economic bid to be able to dispatch the services. You cannot just self-schedule. So system resources can have economic bids at the ISO intertie. So of course they can provide reliability capacity. And from a non-EIM gap, they can provide imbalanced reserve if they are 15-minute dispatchable, because we have to be able to dispatch them in FMM. Otherwise, no. From an EIM BAA, you cannot get certification for imbalanced reserve because you can't be dispatched in FMM. You're only a HASP resource, as we mentioned so far. And for non-ISO interties, system resources can have bids. So no certification at all for these capacities. I believe this is my last slide on intertie scheduling before I give you a CRR implementation update. So you want to do it tomorrow? Very good. I was planning to do it today to leave everybody with a good note, but we're going to need a little bit more than 10 minutes. So we'll do that tomorrow. We'll start the day tomorrow with a nice bang. Let's have some questions for what we presented today on intertie scheduling.
Are there any questions in the room before we go to the online questions? All right, moving to the online questions. I see Kevin from SCE. Let's try unmuting Kevin one more time.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I think my question got read earlier, but it was about the DGAP tie. So if I have a non-resource specific energy that I want to import out of KAISO tie, I heard earlier the GGAP tie example and how it creates potential financial consideration for buying back that energy in real time. But in just the day-ahead market, can we utilize a DGAP tie combo to schedule import energy at? I think I heard a response yes, but I missed the response about what specific iterations of it can be used to do econ bids at the ties for non-resource specific energy.
Is your question on the replacement of a gap tie, of the G-gap tie in real time?
No, my question is about specifically for if I have non-resource specific energy to import at an intertie, how can I do that? And I think you had responded earlier, but I missed the iteration or the combinations of stuff that you said that would qualify for that for a D-gap tie combo.
I'm sorry, maybe you can. Oh, so you have a dig-up tie in the day ahead, but really your source, it happens to be another BAA, so you want to replace it in real time. Is that the question?
No, ignore the real-time part. I'm just asking if I have non-resource specific energy from a different BA and I want to import it at an intertie, can I do that using since I know which BA it's coming from? I could utilize a D-gap tie combo, is what I think I heard. So if that's the case, can I econ bid using instead of self-scheduling that import energy using a D-gap tie combination?
So it's again, that's a depend. If you're doing it to the ISO BA, yes, that can be self-scheduled or economically bid from the D-gap to tie. If it's from an EDAM BA that doesn't allow intertie bidding, you would have to self-schedule it.
If it's from an EDAM BA that...
So if it's to or from an EDAM BAA that does not allow intertie participation, meaning bidding, you would have to self-schedule it.
Okay, so the source BA would have to have that enabled, and it would have to go to, I think you said the KAISO BA, and then that's your...
Yeah. So for the ISO BA, yes, you can economically bid and self-schedule. For PAC BA, since it is a system resource, and you're going to have it either source and sync from either a non-EIM BA, or in this case, you're going to say a EIM BAA, it would have to be self-scheduled at a PAC BA.
Okay, thank you.
It's this table that we had at the beginning, that we had the table for intertie resource participation that shows you the options, and I don't remember which slide it was. Maybe we can get there. There's a table. This one. Yeah. So this table here shows the valid options for participating on interties in the day ahead, HASP, and real time. Okay. And keep in mind the qualifier that we had earlier between system resource and intertie transactions that on non-ISO interties, they can't participate with economic bids. They have self-schedule, but TGs can participate with economic bids.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Camille Kristen. Go ahead, Camille.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So my question is about, I think it was slide 28.
Oh, the will through. Okay.
Yes. So
this scenario or the other one?
This one. Yeah, the first one. I guess my first question is, given that, so say C is C the source, or does it matter? I guess let's say EDAM, non-EDAM BAAC is the BAA that has the generator in it. Does this scenario assume that both C and D would be economically bidding the IR? I guess I'm wondering if it looks different if the sync BAAD was self-scheduling the import.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the intertie resource can self-schedule, and if it's an ISO intertie you can economically bid, the soft schedules, of course, more or less are going to be kept in balance. So the issue is more with economic bids. If you lock them into a willing structure, then they're guaranteed to clear balance the market, because the market will enforce a constraint to keep them balanced, and they will clear economically. And as I mentioned, the difference between the export cost bid and the import bid is like an implicit bid on transmission between the import location and the export location. Right? So if the difference is $10 and the congestion cost from the import location to the export location is $8, it's going to clear. Okay?
Okay. So basically, if we were self-scheduling it, it wouldn't look any different.
Yeah, if it's soft schedules, it's not really economic. The soft schedules are supposed to clear the market, so you don't have to even particularly try to keep them in balance, but you can still use the willing schedule to make sure that there will be schedule in balance, because maybe there's congestion in one side of the leg, and maybe we have to start cutting soft schedules. So if we cut the export because of that congestion, the import is going to be cut commensurate to have a balanced schedule as an outcome. So you can still do that with self schedules.
Okay. Yeah, I'm basically trying to understand what we'll need to do, when we are using our third-party transmission rights that we have across PAC system. And so anyway, I might have more questions later.
Specifically, there is this concept of the high priority will through that we support, where participants can get ahead of time an allocation of the transfer capability through the ISO system and have a high priority will through schedule. So you self-schedule that, of course, to get that priority.
And is that, I guess, that's an interesting question. So does that same concept apply to wheel throughs through an EDAM BAA that's not CAISO?
This particular concept of the wheel-through scheduling mechanism to keep them in balance, the import and the export leg, will expand it to all EDAM BAAs. It's an ISO feature currently because only the ISO is in the day-ahead market, but we'll expand it to be applicable to all EDAM BAAs. But of course, as I said, because it's a self-schedule to other BAAs than the ISO, it's not very useful unless you have economic bids. Khalid?
George, I think the question is about the high priority. That high priority is only CAISO.
That is only an ISO feature because the policy and the tariff and the implementation for that was limited for the ISO balancing authority area. We don't have tariff authority or implementation mechanisms to expand this to other EDAM BAAs. That will be a separate process that we may have to follow if there is an interest for that.
Yeah. So for what it means for your case is just you need either to self-schedule or to economically bid. But the important thing is to define this wheeling ID that will tie the import and export. Then the market has constrained that it will set up a constraint to make sure that they are balanced. That's the important thing.
Okay, is the wheeling ID the CRN?
No. Okay, there's a difference, right? If you have this both legs under a transmission contract, then simply exercising the contract self-scheduling on, you will get high scheduling priority. So again, this feature is if you don't have a transmission contract associated with it, and you simply submit an import and an export, right? You may have high priority will through if you clear in our PWA system for the ISO. If not, and you can participate with economic bids, then you need this structure to keep your schedules balanced. You don't require to have any contract and transmission contract associated with it. It's simply economic participation.
How do they find that these are wheels?
Yeah, so we use a mechanism in cyber. When you submit the import, you specify in the bid what we call a counter-wheeling resource. So you specify the resource ID of the export that's going to be matched with it. And when the export is submitted, it specified the counterwheeling resource of the import. We put this together, we validate, and we lock them into a wheeling schedule with a constraint that will clear them at the same megawatt level in the market. That's how we do this.
Okay, and that's required even for self schedules, or that's helpful, I guess, even
Mhm.
for self schedules.
Yeah.
Camille, in the interest of time, I think we have to move to one final hand that we have up to give everyone a chance to ask questions, and then we're going to conclude today. So next, let's go to Tong.
This is Tong Wu from WAPA. I have a follow-up question on the GGAP. Let's say I make a deal with somebody in the Northwest, and the supplier does not know where the source is, but I specify that you have to go through BPA or you have to go through PEG. In that situation, can I use the DGAP instead of the GGAP?
Yes, you can use the GGAP, bid it directly to where your destination is, maybe the ISO balancing authority area or another EDAM BAA. And then in real time, you're simply buying back this day-ahead schedule and replacing with what your real.
Yeah, let's say, George, I don't want to do that because there's a lot of complexity and financial uncertainty. I want to tell the supplier, you have to go through, say, BPA. It doesn't matter where the source is, but at the end of the day, you have to go through BPA. So can I use BPA DGAP instead of
Yes, you
GGAP?
can use the BPA DGAP. And if it is indeed the supply is in the BPA DGAP, then in real time, you just have to base schedule, or the participant has to base schedule this to match your day ahead schedule. If the supply is in another BAA, they have to bridge it either with transfers or all these mechanisms that we described here. But yes, the answer is yes.
Okay, how about let's say it's a EDAM BAA, it's Pacific Corp. I tell the supplier, you have to go through Pacific Corp. The last leg has to be coming from Pacific Corp. Can I use Pacific Corp DGAP instead of a GGAP?
No,
I just
not
want to avoid the
not
GGAP.
in the day ahead. So in the day ahead, the system does not support intertie schedules that would compete with transfers. And if it's for Pacific Corp, there will be in EDAM, so there is a transfer between Pacific Corp and the ISO. So you cannot use an intertie bid from Pacific Corp to the ISO, but you can have a bid into Pacific Corp from, let's say, BPA, and you can bridge it with a transfer from Pacific Corp to ISO if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, I do a TSR schedule from Pacific Corp to the ISO. And so the DGAP will be, so then there's no DGAP. If it's TSR to TSR, there's no DGAP. Is that what you're saying? Or I still need a DGAP?
That is what we will be saying if your supply is in Pacific Corp. But if your supply is outside of Pacific Corp, like BPA, there still has to be an import from BPA into Pacific Corp to get a day-ahead position and not be exposed to an imbalance in real time.
Right.
Right.
But let's say the source is somewhere, I don't know where it is. But in the day ahead, I want to use a DGAP instead of GGAP because GGAP, there's a forced buyback, there's a financial risk there. So I just want to say, I want to use a DGAP, and you have to deliver through DGAP. Otherwise, I won't buy from you. So if I have that kind of a contract, can I use a DGAP instead of GGAP
Yes,
in the
you can
day ahead?
use the DGAP. You can ask your participant to bid an import to PAC using the BPA DGAP. And if in real time, the participant really, the supply is not in BPA, they have to bring in the BPA, they have to bridge it on their own, maybe importing BPA from mid-C or something. Okay.
So Tom, let me ask a clarifying question of you. You were talking about Pacific Corp. Are you asking if you can have them bid at the DGAP of Pacific Corp and use the transfers to get to the ISO?
No, I'm talking about using the TSR DGAP combination.
So the TSR is for Pacific Corp. The DGAP would have to be on an external BAA that is not in EDAM, be a WEMBA or non-WEMBA, that would sync to Pacific Corp and then use the TSR from Pacific Corp to the ISO.
Right.
Yeah. That was his scenario, buying it from BPA through using the BPA DGAP from the participant that he has a deal with, and then that participant will have to bridge it any way they want in real time. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
He can use the DGAP. It is going to be a scheduling practice that he can use the DGAP, and when they tag it, that is when it's going to be reflected. I would suggest they use the GGAP if they don't know, but that is a possibility.
Well, in his example, he wanted to use the BPA DGAP. He said, "Can I use it?" Yes, I can use it.
So it's a BPA DGAP that's going to then sync to PAC BAA, basically wheel through PAC BAA and use the TSR. So they are self-scheduling at the PAC Intertie using the BPA DGAP. From the market and the settlements perspective, we are expecting the energy be injected there. We don't know. So
just to be clear, we do specific examples you guys can submit through city tickets, and we'll go through them in examples. I think the hard part here is you can do any which way. Trying to explain it right now is just gonna, I think, create a confusion for both.
Well,
and the rest of the
yeah, and
here.
I'm also trying to indicate is there isn't a tariff provision that says you have to schedule a specific way.
So
Now,
I know we're pretty much out of time. I know there's a question in the room, Kevin. Maybe can we take some time tomorrow morning to wrap up on some questions, because I think we also have some questions online that maybe we can address in the morning. Does that work for you, Kevin? Is that good? Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, everyone. Now I just have a couple quick reminders and announcements to share before we wrap up. We encourage you all to continue to participate in EDAM trainings and workshops as they are scheduled. If you have any further questions, here are some instructions for how to submit a city ticket as a non-city user and as a city user. Please note that we're looking to improve the selection options to be more intuitive for users. And then let me just move to a couple quick announcements. Here's some meetings this week taking place at the ISO, as well as comment submission deadlines. And here's some trainings occurring this week. And lastly, for insights into the ISO grid and market operations, be on the lookout for our Energy Matters blog, or you can always subscribe. So with that, we'd like to thank you all so much for joining today's meeting. As a reminder, this meeting was recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. All meeting materials and the video recording will be posted soon. The presentation is up currently on the initiative webpage. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning to wrap up this discussion, as well as discuss CRRs and CAISO resource adequacy imports. We thank you very much, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
This event has concluded. Thank you for using event services. You may now disconnect.